packed agenda this afternoon, and we want to move as quickly and as efficiently as possible to allow maximum time for the hearing portion of the meeting that will follow reconvening after the subcommittee breakouts. Is there a motion to approve the agenda as set forth for today?
So moved.
Is there a second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed?
Mr. Chairman, I'd like to make a motion to amend today's agenda as provided, if possible, to include the testimony of Dr. Javier Menez as an expert for today's testimony.
All right, so moved. Is there a second?
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? All right, Dr. Javier Menez will be added as an additional expert for this afternoon. Please review the business schedule of our remaining meetings for this calendar year. The next one will occur on November 14th, 2023 at 1 p.m. And then the final meeting of the year will be December 12th, 2023 at 1 p.m. Both meetings of the commission will occur Eastern Time and at the location of 1024 Capitol Center Drive, Suite 200, Frankfort, Kentucky 40601. I didn't bother to call the roll, but just by virtue of looking to see who's here, we have Secretary Friedlander, we have Ms. Karen Butcher, we have Dr. Patricia Freeman, we have Mr. Vic Brown, we have Mr. Carlos Cameron, who's a member, though non-voting, Ms. Von Purdy. We have a quorum of vote members and are prepared to proceed to formal business. At this time, there are 3 sets of minutes that I would ask that you take a few minutes to review before we vote on each to approve. And those are minutes from our September 12th business meeting, our September 15th public hearing, and our September 22nd special meeting. Take just, if you would, about 2 minutes to check those out. Make sure that they reflect your own recollections of the events in those 3 meetings.
I moved that we approve all 3 of these.
A second.
We're going to vote to, a motion has been made to approve all 3 sets at once, assuming everyone who has reviewed it, unless there is an objection to voting to approve them in a block, we shall do so. Motion has been made and seconded. All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? All right. Minutes from the September 12th, September 15th, September 22nd, 2023 commission meetings have been approved. I only have one item on which to provide an update today, and that pertains to the first ever Kentucky Opioid Symposium that was held at the Central Bank Center in Lexington, Kentucky last Monday and Tuesday, with a welcome reception which preceded that on Sunday evening. We had capacity to sell 450 tickets thanks to the sponsorship of the Kentucky Association of Health Plans and their executive director, Thomas Stevens, who made the event possible, as well as the planning activities of the Lexington Event Company. And we were able to sell 444 out of 450 tickets, which was almost complete and total sellout. We had a number of symposium exhibitors who were in attendance as well, and 103 attended the welcome reception. This was the first time an event of this kind has occurred on a statewide basis, and it was a good first run. But as with everything else, if you're not working to improve, you're not working. So as we move into the fall, we'll set up a subcommittee of interested members who may wish to begin the planning for next year's symposium so that we can figure out what we did well, what we need to improve upon, and what perhaps we can change heading into 2024, assuming that I have the honor of continuing to serve along with everyone following the November elections. That is it for my update. Are there any questions about the symposium or its contents? I would also like to thank everybody who volunteered their time to give presentations, who put together necessary content to educate our fellow Kentuckians about where we've been, where we are, and where we intend to head as we address this opioid epidemic that is now in its 27th year. And specific thanks to Ms. Karen Butcher for her participation as one of the presenters in the breakouts, as well as Mr. Vic Brown, Mr. Carlos Cameron, who was able to secure the attendance of 5th District Congressman Hal Rogers to come and speak to a plenary session on Tuesday, the 10th. Thank you all very much. All right. At this time, I will entertain a motion to adjourn for the subcommittee breakouts, Treatment and Recovery Committee, Prevention, Reform and Compliance Committee, I will note that when there is adjournment, we may have just a little bit of an interim break between appearance of our first witness and when we reconvene, and that first witness is scheduled to be Dr. Mark Agnew. I believe I'm saying that right. If I'm not, please correct me.
That's correct.
All right. At 1:30 p.m. this afternoon. Is there a motion to adjourn to subcommittees? Is there a second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? We are adjourned to subcommittees. Is there a motion to come back to order?
So moved.
Is there a second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? All right, very first item of new business is the approval to cancel the remaining treatment and recovery application review meetings for calendar year 2023. Is there a motion to cancel?
I make that motion.
Is there a second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. The second item is a motion to cancel the approval of the remaining, or to cancel the remaining prevention application review meetings, given the fact that we have had our final announcement of awards that occurred on October 2nd, 2023.
I move that we cancel said meeting.
Is there a second?
Second.
All in favor?
I second.
Any opposed?
Aye.
Third item of business is the approval of the calendar year 2024 Kentucky Opioid Abatement Advisory Commission business meeting schedule. I'm going to go through the dates. Please note that all times are Eastern time. And that will be January 9, 2024, February 13, 2024, March 12, 2024, April 9, 2024, May 14, 2024, June 11, 2024. All times are 1 p.m. Eastern time. All meetings will be held at the location of 1024 Capitol Center Drive, Suite 200, Frankfort, Kentucky 40601. Is there a motion to approve that schedule?
So moved.
Is there a second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? All right. I don't want to cut into our first witness's time, but I do want to take care of a couple of little housekeeping matters. This should not take more than about 5 minutes. Questions have arisen as to how the commission has arrived at the point of exploring Ibogaine as a potential therapeutic for treatment of opioid use disorder. This was a journey that I began through personal research shortly after I accepted appointment to this job in May of 2022. Back in 2018, I had begun to notice an emerging field of science related to breakthrough therapeutics around psilocybin, ketamine, and MDMA, and it caught my attention. I subsequently came across an author who goes by the pen name Julia Bloom, who writes a Substack publication called The Journey. And in July of 2022, I reached out to her based on the depth, texture, and substance of her writing around these breakthrough therapeutics. And she has, again, a Substack publication called The Journey. And she has an email address of Julia, Juliax Bloom. That is JuliaxBlun@gmail.com. I reached out to her to ask if she would have a conversation with me. Her current pen name is Julia Christina, and she was generous enough to give me her time. And it was Julia Bloom who was the very first person who ever uttered the word Ibogaine into my ear. From there, she referred me to Juliana Mulligan, who was one of our lived experience witnesses during our July 17th public hearing. And Juliana referred me to an individual by the name of Adriana Kurtzer, who is the founder of a New York City law firm that specializes in helping individuals, clinicians, and entrepreneurs obtain legal resources related to the evolving universe of breakthrough therapeutics such as psilocybin, MDMA, ketamine, and Ibogaine. On personal time and on my personal dime, I traveled to New York City in December of 22, where Adriana Kurtzer and Ms. Juliana Mulligan helped introduce me to a collection of subject matter experts, leaders of philanthropic research foundations, and leaders of veterans groups who have been leading all of us on this subject for quite some time. Adriana's politics could hardly be more divergent from my own, but she is a devoted friend in mission and a friend in fact. Each of these exceptional women have my perpetual thanks for all they have offered since the beginning. Each of them has a social media presence online that can be looked up on Google, and each of them may be contacted individually to verify the veracity of this timeline as well as these events. It's important to set the record straight in full public view, lest the fictitious narrative of a smoke and mirrors smear job generated by a third-rate, agenda-driven political tabloid prevail in the public arena against the integrity and sincerity of all who have offered their time, expertise, and visceral lived experiences for all the world to see on behalf of all Kentuckians. And at this time, I turn it over to Dr. Patricia Freeman for the introduction of our first witness.
Thank you, Mr. Hubbard. Since the initial press conference that was on May 31st, we've had 2 public hearings relative to the commission's proposed investment in Ibogaine research. In the first, we heard from individuals in support of Ibogaine development. And in the second, we heard some really moving testimonies from a variety of individuals whose lives were positively impacted following Ibogaine treatment. It was certainly heartening to hear their personal stories of recovery. However, as I said in an email that I sent to the commission previously, as I reflected on the second hearing on my drive home that day, it was my impression that many in the audience seemed to perceive that a $42 million investment in Ibogaine research by the commission would result, really in quick access to Ibogaine for Kentuckians and others suffering from opioid use disorder. As a pharmacist personally and a pharmaceutical scientist with knowledge in the drug development process, I felt really personally compelled as an individual, but also as a commission member, to make sure that our constituents understand that even with an investment such as the one proposed, it's, the development of Ibogaine is really a multi-year expensive endeavor with no guarantee of successful approval by the FDA. And as Mr. Hubbard pointed out, there is, keen emerging interest in the therapeutic potential of psychedelic hallucinogen compounds for a variety of conditions, including opioid use disorder and other substance use disorders. And in fact, this interest has led the FDA to draft a guidance for industry on the considerations for clinical investigations of psychedelic drugs. And while their draft guidance includes classic psychedelics like psilocybin and LSD, as well as MDMA, it notably does not include Ibogaine. I subsequently reached out to Mr. Hubbard and my fellow commissioners and respectfully requested that we, as we contemplate investing in Ibogaine research, that we invite experts in regulatory drug development in those processes to provide testimony regarding the challenges of Ibogaine development, considering its potential for cardiac and other toxicity, as well as its classification currently as a Schedule I drug by the DEA. As we to date had not heard from experts in this regard. And I felt this was important as it would help make sure that at large, our commission would be as fully informed as possible prior to making a decision on proposed Ibogaine funding. And so Mr. Hubbard agreed to my request, and I was asked to identify and arrange for experts to attend today to provide testimony by last Wednesday, 10/11. And to that end, I have invited 2 experts that I will introduce today. And so first, I would like to introduce Dr. Mark Hagney. Dr. Hagney is a board-certified cardiologist and electrophysiologist who attends in the Walter Reed Cardiology and Genetic Cardiology clinics. He is professor of medicine and pharmacology and director of cardiology at the Uniformed Services University School of Medicine. He is also director of the Defense Health Agency-funded Military Cardiovascular Outcomes Research Program and editor-in-chief of the journal Annals of Non-Invasive Electrocardiology. His research is primarily concerned with identifying mechanisms of sudden cardiac death, especially related to cardiac arrhythmia syndromes, like those that are caused by QT interval prolongation. He's authored over 140 peer-reviewed publications and textbook chapters, and you have a full copy of his CV in your materials. And so I will not elaborate further except to say that Dr. Hagney is uniquely qualified to speak on the cardiac toxicities of Ibogaine.
Dr. Hagney, is he available? Dr. Freeman, I'm going to let you start off with the questioning on your individuals, and I will follow in behind you and then turn it over to commission members. We'll try to move with reasonable speed through our inquiry.
Okay, thank you.
Dr. Hagney, can you hear us?
I can hear you. Shall I start? Oh, I'm trying to share my screen. It says host disabled participant screen sharing. Does somebody have my presentation? Can you hear me?
Hold on, your audio is not coming through. 1 second.
It doesn't say I'm muted. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can. Give me 1 second.
Okay.
Try again, Dr. Higgins. Can you hear me now?
I hear you fine. Can I share my screen or? Yeah, it looks like I can. Shall I begin? Do you see my
Until it isn't. I hear you good. Very good.
do you see my slides?
All right, try it now.
So I'm sharing.
Yes, sir.
You see it?
Yes, we do.
Okay, great. I'll get started then. So my name's Mark Hegney. Thanks for this opportunity. I'm professor of medicine and pharmacology, director of cardiology at Uniformed Services University, which is our military medical school in Bethesda, Maryland. And the opinions I'm going to express are my own and don't reflect the official positions of any government agency. Here are my disclosures. You'll see that I had a 1-hour conference call with a tie. I get no research funding from the manufacturers of buprenorphine or methadone. So the proposal is that Ibogaine might be an alternative treatment for opioid use disorder. Methadone and buprenorphine are FDA approved. They prolong life, prevent relapse, but you have to take them every day, often for life. So it does have a certain attractiveness to think that if you could give a single dose of a drug that would give a lifetime cure, that would be a desirable alternative. This would be attractive only if the drug is safe in the immediate term, effective in the long term, FDA approved, and affordable for the huge number of Kentuckians with opioid use disorder. Bottom line up front, my opinion is that Ibogaine is not safe. The efficacy is unproven. It's unlikely to be approved by FDA in a reasonable time period, and the cost to Kentucky would be unsupportable. So why is a cardiologist talking to you about drugs for opiate use disorder? I'm an expert in drug-induced sudden death. And drug-induced loss of consciousness and sudden death is obviously the worst side effect you can get from a drug, and it's not that uncommon. In 1990 at my university, terfenadine, which was then known as Seldane, the blockbuster drug, the first non-sedating antihistamine, was found to prolong the QT interval on the electrocardiogram and cause cardiac arrest. This led to the death of this drug, and it caused a revolution at the Food and Drug Administration, after which all new drugs were required to undergo cardiac safety testing. The finding of QT interval prolongation is the most common reason for removal of a drug from further development. I'm not going to get into the niceties of electrocardiograms, but you can see down at the bottom, on the left is a normal EKG, very orderly. Each one of those spikes represents a single heartbeat, and this person has a heart rate of about 75. On the right is what happens when the drug induces a serious arrhythmia, a ventricular tachycardia, and you can see that the pattern is highly chaotic. And in this instance, if the individual is not shocked, they go ahead and die. And this is the underlying cause of most drug-induced sudden death. So why do some drugs cause cardiac arrest and sudden death? This is not a mystery. We've known for decades that certain drugs get lodged in a critical cardiac protein called the hERG channel. And when they block this protein, it interferes with the passage of potassium out of the heart cell and a delay in the cardiac electrical signal. And this leads to cardiac arrest. So the sequence is the molecule gets stuck in the channel. This leads to a reduction in the flow of potassium through the channel, shown in red. This delays the restitution of the electrical signal and prolongs this QT interval on the surface electrocardiogram, and this leads to the arrhythmia. In order to prevent the arrhythmia here on the right, the FDA recommends that every new drug be tested to see if it blocks the channel and prolongs the QT interval. Unfortunately, Ibogaine is a potent blocker of the hERG channel, and it blocks it at concentrations that are achieved routinely in people receiving normal therapeutic doses of Ibogaine. So this means that most, if not all, subjects would experience some significant degree of block of the channel, and this is a very poor prognostic finding for a drug and would predict a major increase in the QT interval. And in fact, that's just what has been documented in this study of 14 hospitalized subjects who got a relatively low dose of Ibogaine, 10 milligrams per kilogram, with 10 to 25 milligrams per kilogram being typical. 50% of these individuals exceeded a QTc interval of 500 milliseconds. This is a degree of prolongation that is associated with about an 11-fold increased risk of fatal arrhythmia. On average, you can see over here that the increase in the QT interval was almost 100 milliseconds, 95 milliseconds. I've never seen a drug prolong the QT interval so profoundly. By comparison, buprenorphine would be down here with about a 5 millisecond increase, and buprenorphine is not associated with an increase in arrhythmia. What does the FDA say? The FDA, their published guidelines is that they get concerned when a drug prolongs the average QT by 5 milliseconds or more. Here we're talking about 95 milliseconds. This degree of QT prolongation would be expected to be associated with an increased risk in fatal events, and that is exactly what we see. This is a list of deaths up till 2015 that were published, and you can see that the diagnoses, sudden death, long QT, ventricular tachycardia, these are arrhythmic deaths, just like what is shown in that EKG, and exactly what we would predict. In 2022, there were 38 reported deaths in the literature, and this is for a drug that is illegal in the United States. So you'd expect if this drug were being used clinically, we'd see a much larger number of deaths. So can this drug be given safely? Well, yes, in the hospital. We do a lot of dangerous things in the hospital with a lot of technology. If we have continuous electrocardiographic monitoring with cardiac nurses standing by to give intravenous drugs like magnesium sulfate and to administer an electrical shock if the patient goes into one of those arrhythmias, then it could be done. But this is incredibly resource demanding. Kentucky has a 30% shortfall in nurses. I don't know how many trained cardiac nurses they have. There's certainly very few beds like the one shown here. Most hospitals, less than 10% of their beds would have this kind of monitoring, and those beds are already filled with patients with heart disease undergoing life-saving procedures. So in conclusion, Ibogaine is associated with an unprecedented degree of cardiac toxicity. It prolongs the QT interval 20 times more than buprenorphine and 20 times greater than the FDA threshold. Deaths and cardiac arrests due to Ibogaine are well documented. The likelihood that this drug with this safety profile would be approved by the FDA in less than 10 years, in my opinion, is remote, and the effort would require at least $1 billion. The administration of Ibogaine would strain hospital resources at a time when bed shortages are severe. This is a treatment for wealthy individuals who can pay for hospitalization with intensive monitoring, and it is not going to help the 2.7 million Kentuckians who struggle with opioid dependence. Thank you very much. I'll take your questions.
Dr. Freeman.
I have no questions at this time.
Dr. Hagney, thank you very much for making yourself available. My name is Brian Hubbard. I'm the chairman and executive director of the Opioid Commission. I want to make sure that I make quick and economic use of our time, and I'm going to defer to other commission members to jump in on questioning after I ask a few of my own. First of all, are you familiar with a drug by the name of, and I hope I get the pronunciation correct, Ticasone?
Yes, an antiarrhythmic drug that's dofetilide.
Did you support the FDA's, do you support the FDA's continued approval of Ticasone?
Yes, with the existing safety plan, which requires people to be admitted to the hospital when they receive Ticasone and requires extensive screening before they get it, including measuring their QT interval before they get the drug and repeatedly on the drug. So Ticasone is a drug that is used in maybe 1% of arrhythmias, but yes, it can be used safely. I don't use it because of the risk of torsades unless the person has an implanted defibrillator, but I believe it has a role for treating cardiac arrhythmias if it's used as the FDA recommends.
Which you have anticipated my next question, which is, what are the risks associated with Ticasone?
Similar to what I've described with Ibogaine, that it can cause torsades. I would say though that it is has a very different safety profile in that the degree of QT prolongation is much less. It's about 30 to 40 milliseconds at most, and it's being given by cardiologists who are following the patients carefully, making sure that their serum potassium levels and magnesium levels are normal. Even then, it does cause cardiac arrest, and it's the most common reported cause of cardiac arrest to the FDA.
Are you familiar with the fact, or have you seen published medical literature that establishes that Ticasone has a 2.4% fatality risk associated with the torsades that it can produce?
So I'm not familiar with that, but it certainly makes sense. So what you're saying is that 2.4% of people on Ticasone have sudden cardiac death. I can well imagine that. It's a drug that's given to people with advanced heart disease, In this case, we're giving a drug to people that might have heart disease, might not have heart disease. I would say that to safely use Ibogaine, you would have to do a great deal of cardiac screening, because if you add that incredible amount of QT prolongation to someone who has a bad heart to begin with, then the risk of a fatal arrhythmia goes up considerably.
Now, I'm going to just use a combination of numbers, and I know that this can get a little dicey when we do this. You mentioned that you had reviewed literature which suggested that there are 34 known and documented deaths associated with Ibogaine. Is that correct?
Yeah, 38 actually.
Right. And we took testimony earlier this year from Dr. Deborah Mash, who was able to verify the medical literature establishes that the entire known treatment universe of individuals who have received Ibogaine for opioid use disorder is approximately 10,000. So, being a lawyer, math is not my strong suit, but if we divide 10,000 by 38, it would appear as though we've got a risk factor somewhere in the neighborhood of about 0.003%. And again, I could be wrong, but we're just going to go with a more generous figure, which is from Dr. Kenneth Alper, whose published research suggests that out of 3,414 known cases of Ibogaine administration for opioid use disorder, there are 6 deaths associated with those treatments, which would put us at a risk factor of approximately 0.18%. Given what this medical literature would establish in terms of the comparable fatality risks of Ticcasin and Ibogaine, I just want to go back to your statement that if Ibogaine is administered in a hospital with strict medical supervision after thorough cardiac screening and electrocardiac monitoring, that it can be safely administered.
So let me just go to your premise, which is that 10,000 people have received the drug and only 38 have died. That is not believable. So if those 10,000 people had been given that drug in an FDA approved trial, then I would believe it. Cocaine, the same argument was made for cocaine. Millions of people take cocaine every day. And it wasn't until the late 70s that there was an actual documented case of cocaine-induced sudden death. We now know that cocaine is a very dangerous drug because we're monitoring it actively. So this anecdotal evidence of 10,000 individuals given the drug outside of a randomized trial or an FDA-approved trial, that is not evidence in the world of science. The FDA will never accept that.
So if Dr. Kenneth Alper has peer-reviewed published research that has clearly and unambiguously established 3,414 Ibogaine treatments and 6 associated deaths, which gives us about a 1.8% risk of fatality. And I think that is an overstatement of that percentage. That would certainly be lower than the fatality risk associated with Ticcasin, wouldn't it?
First of all, I do not accept that number of 1.6%. It's not based on reliable methodology, and Dr. Walsh will talk to you about the sort of requirements that the FDA would need in order to establish that. But Ticcasin is given to people with life-threatening heart problems, and this is a drug for which there are FDA-approved alternative treatments that are safer. Could it be given in the hospital? Yes, it could. However, there was a trial in New Zealand where 15 individuals were given the drug. One of them died in the hospital with physicians standing by. So it is conceivable that it could be done, but I know of evidence where even though there were doctors standing by who knew about the toxicity of the drug, they still failed to save that person's life.
My time is up. I am now going to go from my right to left. Secretary Friedlander, do you have any questions?
Maybe a couple. First, Eric Friedlander, Secretary of Cabinet for Health and Family Services. Thank you for your testimony today. First, I'd like to thank you for your full disclosure within your presentation. I want you to know that I appreciate it. Second, I want to go back to Seldane because I just want to understand. Seldane in 1990 had
Yes.
been an approved drug. Is that correct?
Yes, under the framework that existed at the time, which didn't require the degree of cardiac testing that is now required.
And it was because of Seldane now that we look at this, and I'm just being a parrot now, this herd channel, it's because of that and the impacts that we are now looking at that in other drugs. Is that correct?
Well, that was the thing that started the ball rolling, but thousands of other drugs have subsequently been rejected because of the herd blockade, and we have a tremendous amount of literature supporting that other drugs that block the herd channel cause sudden death. But Seldane was the sort of the spark that got the match that started the train that led to the explosion at FDA.
Okay. So my other question is this, no matter what drug, right? Let's just take all names or whatever they are off the table. If a drug reacts in this channel, I mean, some have been pulled off the market and most never make it. Is that what I heard you say?
Yes. If they block the channel, that is usually the death knell for a new drug. Unless, with the exception that if the concentration that blocks the channel is 100 times higher than the highest drug concentration you get in the bloodstream, then there's a chance that it could be approved, because in that situation, it's very unlikely to cause significant block at therapeutic doses. Unfortunately, with Ibogaine, you exceed that 50% block of the channel with routine use of therapeutic doses of the drug. That's a very unusual situation. Most drugs are given never get anywhere close to that 50% blockage. Does that make sense?
Yes. So any drug that would reach that would get FDA approval.
Right. If I don't know of any approved drugs outside of cardiac drugs like Ticasine that where the blood concentration exceeds the 50% block of the herd channel.
Thank you. No further questions.
Ms. Butcher,
No questions.
Mr. Brown,
No, sir, none this time.
Mr. Cameron.
Yeah, I got one question. Thank you for testifying before us today. One quick question for you I would ask is, if someone was doing a study on Ibogaine to maybe make it safer, a derivative of it that would remove the dangers,
Mhm.
and then would still have the effects that we have heard testimony after testimony before us today, would you be in support of that?
Potentially. I mean, I think that psychedelic drugs were just beginning to reevaluate for things like PTSD, depression. I think there's potential therapeutic benefit. There's been some effort to try and identify the aspect of Ibogaine that is helpful to eliminate the off-target effects on the heart. So theoretically, that could be a very a very important way to go. Ibogaine, unfortunately, itself is not an attractive molecule because of this effect, but there may be something it does that could be captured by another molecule, one that might possibly be related to Ibogaine. There was a paper in Cell that looked at the impact of Ibogaine on the serotonin reuptake transporter, and that if you could find a drug that just affects that without affecting the heart, you might really have something. So I'm all for research in this area. It's Ibogaine that I have a problem with.
Dr. Root.
Well, with that being said, Dr. Abatement, thank you very much for sharing today. It's very informative, very helpful. I just have one quick question on the heels of what you just shared. How would the safety profile, for instance, of psilocybin compare with Ibogaine?
So we don't have a reliable cardiac data with psilocybin. There is, so I could speak more to MDMA, which has been given in randomized trials where EKGs were performed, and it was shown that there was very little impact on the QT. That even though some of these papers have been published in Nature and in really high-ranking journals, the FDA is still requiring additional data with MDMA and with psilocybin. FDA is not against these psychedelic drugs per se. It just, they are saying we don't know enough about the cardiovascular side effects. And I would say with Ibogaine, the data that we have is just not compatible with FDA approval. Not without, as I said before, some kind of extensive safety plan where you have the person in an intensive care bed with a cardiac nurse standing by. But psilocybin may turn out to be a worthy test drug for this condition. I'm more familiar with its use and MDMA's use for PTSD, which is something Department of Defense is very interested in. But Ibogaine is not something that's on our horizon.
Thank you.
Ms. Purdy?
I have no questions. Thank you for being here, though. Appreciate the information.
Doctor, you've managed to get us ahead of schedule. I will ask one last question. Are you familiar with something called the Defense Reauthorization Act that was proposed by Representative Crenshaw in the House earlier this year?
Defense Reauthorization Act. No, you're not talking about the National Defense Authorization Act.
That very well could be it. It's basically a portion of the defense budget.
Yes, it's a long document. I am aware that in the House version there is language about doing research with hallucinogenic drugs. So I'm vaguely aware of what you're talking about.
Are you aware that that same language contains a provision for the Defense Department to use $1.7 million to research Ibogaine with veterans who have returned from war with either traumatic brain injury or post-traumatic stress disorder?
No, I'm not familiar with that. And I would just say that the Defense Department has never approved the use of psychedelic drugs or class 1 controlled substances for these purposes. It might happen if the Senate version of if when they go into committee, they keep that language. It's been removed previously. I think that Ibogaine would be a bad candidate drug. That would not be where I would try to do a, break with precedent and use a controlled substance in a DoD setting. In fact, we have submitted a grant to study MDMA, but there's no appetite that I'm aware of for using Ibogaine.
All right. Dr. Hagney, thank you very much for your time today and the expertise you have lent the commission.
My pleasure. Best of luck.
Scott, do we have our next witness ready? I'd now like to introduce Rick Dobler, and I'm honored to introduce Rick Dobler, who is the founder and executive director of the Multidisciplinary Association for Psychedelic Studies. He received his doctorate in public policy from Harvard's Kennedy School of Government, where he wrote his dissertation on the regulation of the medical uses of psychedelics and cannabis, as well as his master's thesis on a survey of oncologists about smoked cannabis versus oral THC pill and nausea control for cancer patients. His undergraduate thesis is at New College of Florida, and it evaluated the potential of psychedelic drugs to catalyze religious experiences. Dr. Doblin founded MAPS in 1986 and currently resides in Boston with his wife, dog, and empty rooms from 3 children, one of whom is in college, 2 of whom have graduated. Dr. Doblin, thank you very much for being here with us today.
Brian, thank you very much for having me, and I look forward to.
That room is blocking his face, Scott.
Okay, so I look forward to speaking with you today and then answering any questions. So to give you a bit of history, I started MAPS, the nonprofit organization, Multidisciplinary Association for Psychedelic Studies, back in 1986. So it's been 37 and a half years. And our primary goal has been to develop MDMA assisted therapy for post-traumatic stress disorder into an FDA-approved medication. And my training has been to try to do that. We do have 2 successful phase 3 studies, and we're submitting the application, the new drug application to FDA in December, and we hope to have approval sometime in June or so of 2024. I'm looking now at Ibogaine as the next most important thing that we would like to develop, and that's why I'm here today. And so I can share my experience working with FDA to say that FDA has already approved a phase 1 safety study with Ibogaine. So the idea that FDA would not approve Ibogaine research, I think, is wrong. Not only that, but because Ibogaine is illegal in the United States, but legal in Canada, legal in Mexico, legal in England, legal in much of Europe and around the world, there have been Ibogaine clinics that have been working with thousands of people. And so none of that counts from FDA for drug development, but FDA does look at all of that from a safety perspective. And so we are now at a situation that you are all too well aware of over 100,000 people dying in America last year from opiate overdoses or mixed with fentanyl or pure opiates. So the FDA looks at things from a risk-benefit perspective. And that's the way that they are supposed to look at it. There are no drugs that have no risks. All drugs have risks. All drugs have side effects. And so what we have been able to learn from these Ibogaine clinics that are operating outside the country is that they have developed safety protocols that address the issues with the heart. And so they are able to treat people pretty much eliminating the risk that anybody would be dying. And there are groups that have done, 1,000+ people without anybody dying. But even if some people were to die, the tragic point is that untreated opiate dependence can often be fatal. And that's where we have over these 100,000 people dying just last year in America. So I think that the fact that the FDA has already approved a phase 1 study with Ibogaine, and that was quite a while ago, before we had all this safety data from all these other clinics outside the United States, that the FDA would look at this in terms of a risk-benefit analysis. There's just been an Ibogaine, early study by Demorex that you may hear about that was a dose response safety study, and nobody had any fatal complications in that study either. So I think the first most important thing is to say that the FDA would permit research, and they do recognize that there's a terrible crisis. The second thing has to do with this idea of the cost, and whether $42 million then matched to be $84 million, whether that would be sufficient to make Ibogaine into a medicine. So when you hear that the pharmaceutical companies spend $1 billion or $2 billion to make a drug into a medicine, that estimate comes from the Tufts Center for the Study of Drug Development. They get all this information from pharma companies, and the pharma companies agree to provide them all their cost information. And the first thing that they do is they amortize all the failures and the costs of them into the successes. So when you get a number of how much it costs the pharmaceutical industry to make a drug into a medicine, that is not the cost of making one drug into a medicine. That's the cost of making one drug into a medicine, plus all the other drugs that that company has been trying to study that failed, either in preclinical studies or in phase 1 or in phase 2 or in phase 3. The next is that the number, because these are for-profit companies, they are figuring that they could use this capital in other ways. So they call that the opportunity cost. And so a substantial amount of the number in this estimate of what it costs the FDA to make a drug into a medicine is either the cost of failures or the opportunity cost of making a drug into a medicine. Then there's all the safety studies that they have to do. And there have been some, for MDMA, it was easy for us because there's over 5,000 papers in Medline about the risks of MDMA in terms of neurotoxicity, all that. And all that is in the public domain. So we did not have to pay money for those studies because those were already done. And we estimate that there's $400 or $500 million worth of safety studies on ecstasy. But the safety studies that we really needed to do just to make it into a product, most of that data comes from the studies themselves, so that you gather both safety and efficacy data. And then the final part of it depends on your efficacy studies, and it depends on how strong the effect is. If you have a marginal treatment that works, not very well, but the more minor the treatment effect is, the more numbers of people you need to enroll in your studies in order to see a statistically significant outcome. The stronger your effect, the fewer people you need in the studies. And so Ibogaine, for helping people go through the withdrawal from opiates, is extremely dramatic and very clear and works in almost everybody. So the number of people you would need in these phase 3 studies is not that large. So MAPS, with our MDMA work, we have had in the neighborhood of roughly $40 million that we have spent on phase 3 studies and phase 2 studies. So it's taken us a long time to do. It's been difficult for us to raise the money. We're doing a bunch of fundraising now, which is for commercialization. And so what we're doing is we are building in the MAPS Public Benefit Corporation and a commercialization company that will work with psychedelic therapists at these clinics and will provide a way to get from approval to actually patient access. And so that engine of commercialization is now going to be used. We think it's going to, of course, first be used for our product, MDMA, which for PTSD, which will be the first psychedelic assisted therapy through the FDA. But the therapists want to be cross-trained. They want to be trained in psilocybin, in MDMA, in Ibogaine, and other different things. So I think that the commercialization engine will be developed, and that what you really need to look at in terms of can Ibogaine become a medicine through the FDA, I think that $84 million will be more than sufficient to do all of the clinical trials and the safety studies that are necessary to present the information to the FDA. Now, you're not going to know this for sure. The stage of, but I'm reasonably strongly confident that that is the case. I mean, if someone were to say, here's $84 million to try to make Ibogaine into a medicine, I would leap to do that, and I think it would be more than sufficient. But the way that you find this out is you do the initial phase 1 dose response safety study, and to satisfy the FDA that you can safely administer therapeutic doses of Ibogaine to people without not having anybody dying. But even again, ketamine was approved for depression, and several people committed suicide. So you can have deaths. Again, it's this risk-benefit analysis. But I think that you would be able to get the phase 1, phase 2, and then at the end of phase 2, what you do is you negotiate with the FDA at what's called an end of phase 2 meeting, and that's when you negotiate the size and scale of the phase 3 studies and all of the information that they would need for that. That's when you'll really get the sort of more solid number of what it'll take for you to move into phase 3. But I think that the idea that $84 million would not be enough, it's more than we have spent on making MDMA to the point of having 2 successful phase 3 studies. So I think it's a national crisis. And I just want to congratulate you for even thinking about using some of the funding that you're going to be getting for developing Ibogaine, because I think it will be likely to be one of the most effective treatments for opiate dependence and also for other drug dependence as well.
Thank you, Dr. Dodd. This time I'm going to start at the other side of the table with Ms. Purdy.
Hello, thanks for the information. I have a couple of questions. You brought up 2 things for me is, tell me a little bit about the patient profile in your studies and work you've done. What types of patients have you looked at? What patients' pre-existing conditions play a factor in any of the studies that you've done, and how has that worked?
Okay, so we felt, because of the stigma against psychedelic research, that we needed to work with the most difficult patients to treat. And so our first study was with severe PTSD. And these were people that had PTSD an average of 14 years. 1/3 of them had PTSD over 20 years. Over 90% of them had depression as well as PTSD. But to say that there are a group of people that have depression without PTSD, they may be a different kind of patient. But we had people with 90%, as I said, had depression as well as PTSD. What we showed is when the PTSD goes down, so does the depression. We were interested initially in working with people that also had a substance use disorder, and the FDA said no, so that we do not have people with a dual diagnosis of PTSD and substance use disorder. People have to have 60 days of after detox or whatever it is before they can be enrolled in our studies. So they cannot be considered comorbid with substance use disorder. We are about to be asking to have that changed and to look at people with substance use disorder. There was a study in England by a Dr. Ben Sessa that worked with alcohol use disorder with MDMA. And what he showed was that most of those people were running away from trauma and trying to control the pain from the traumatic memories by going to alcohol. So we do have evidence that MDMA could be, assisted therapy could be helpful for people with substance use disorders as well as PTSD. And then we do have your standard inclusion-exclusion criteria. We have only worked with people 18 years or over. The FDA has required us, if we do get approval for MDMA-assisted therapy for adults, that we must do studies with traumatized adolescents, which are from 13 to 17-year-olds. If that works, we have to go down to traumatized kids, because there's all these refugees and migrants and often children that grow up in abusive homes that have a lot of PTSD. So that's the basic patient population. We do enroll people that are high on what's called the dissociative subtype the traumatic memory is one of the first strategies in a way for people to deal with trauma is to dissociate, like they're not really there. But those are the hardest people to treat because they have to re-engage with these traumatic memories, which have been overwhelming. But we found that the MDMA assisted therapy works even better in people on the dissociative subtype because they're so hungry for being able to process these emotions that are debilitating. So I think if that answers your question, that's the overall perspective.
Thank you.
Any others? Ms. Purdy?
No, well.
Dr. Ripley?
Thank you, Dr. Doblin, for sharing. You just mentioned something I think that's an important point, and it's the commercialization surrounding the second, third phase trials, which will lead to, it sounds like, some sustainability for this modality. So, in your expert opinion, have you seen any other occurrences of any other substances and their applicability to substance use disorder, addressing some of those root cause issues, the traumatic issues that people often struggle with, whether it be PTSD or depression? Can you maybe speak to that and just provide for us kind of a landscape of what you have observed since 1986 in this field?
Well, let me say that, I had to do kind of a political analysis of how to bring MDMA or any psychedelic through the FDA. And so we needed sympathetic patients to get over the stigma. And people who are have substance use disorder are not the most sympathetic patients. So that's where we focused on PTSD. You probably have heard about the work with veterans and the Department of Defense and all that, but most of the people with PTSD are women, but they don't get as much attention from sexual abuse or domestic violence. So there have been important studies with psilocybin for smoking cessation, for alcohol use disorder, for cocaine, but there's nothing that's been approved in the form of a psychedelic assisted therapy for direct substance use disorder of any kind. That I think is going to be coming forward because the research is very promising. But right now, what you have is, Suboxone, methadone, other kind of treatments that are meant to be substitutes for the drugs of abuse. But in terms of drugs that have been developed through the FDA and approved for the treatment of the emotional issues that underlie why someone might turn to substances, there have been none approved at the moment.
Great. Thank you very much.
Mr. Cameron? Quick question back to the FDA approval process. We've heard a time frame of 10 years and could be $1 billion. Are you aware how long it took the FDA to approve any of our recent COVID vaccines?
That's a great question. Yes, for sure. So when there's a sense of a national crisis, they, Operation Warp Speed. So even if it's not Operation Warp Speed, and that was done in a very short time, year or two, there is no reason why Ibogaine should take 10 years. The thing about Ibogaine is that even though the FDA will only consider data from FDA-approved studies, that there is such an enormous body of data from people that have been treated with Ibogaine in Mexico, in Costa Rica, other countries, that there's a lot of information that the FDA will use to help them decide on approving certain kinds of protocols. So my guess is that it would take in the neighborhood of 5 to 6 years, because what you need to do is, again, phase 2 is for figuring out, well, phase 1, of course, is figuring out, is it safe enough to use? And I think that will happen. And I think we would probably start with a phase 1 study with people who are dependent of opiates again. So it's kind of a /phase 1, phase 2 study that will could take a year or two to complete that. And then you move to this end of phase 2 meeting with the FDA because there's so much information about doses, about therapeutic approaches. And then I think the phase 3 studies could take 2 to 3 years. The big question why it took us so long is, first off, we had to raise all the money from donors. And secondly, we did things in sequence, but not in parallel. So right now, the psilocybin company Compass, which is looking at psilocybin for treatment-resistant disorder, are running 2 phase 3 studies in parallel so that they have the money to do that and that they are confident enough that from their phase 2 studies. So I think that 8 years is way too long for what it would actually take. And the $1 billion, again, as I tried to explain, that isn't that isn't what it would cost for a single, drug development program for Ibogaine. Again, we're not. Oh, sorry, we're not trying to amortize all sorts of failures. We're not, doing opportunity costs. So I think because it's such a national crisis, that the FDA also is interested in trying to expedite the research. So I think it would take substantially shorter than 8 years.
Thank you. Mr. Brown,
I have no questions, sir.
Dr. Freeman.
Yes, thank you. So you've spoken a lot to Matt's work with MDMA, and that you said that your Ibogaine is next on your list. But I'm just curious, with this emerging interest in psychedelic research and with the FDA's clinical guidance that they put out for clinical investigations on psychedelic drugs, why do you suppose that they talk about psilocybin and LSD, the classic psychedelic drugs, and also MDMA, but really are silent in terms of guidance on Ibogaine development?
Well, I think that's because there hasn't been this phase 1 study that they did approve. It was quite a while ago. And I don't know that there's any active protocols in front of the FDA right now. The Ibogaine study that Demerex is doing was in England. So I think that it's not that they thought there's special problems with Ibogaine, or they didn't mention 5-MeO-DMT, or there's other mescaline. There's a whole range of psychedelics. And I think that the general guidelines that they put out would apply to all of the different psychedelics.
So you mentioned that there's not been a protocol that's put in place. Can you talk a little bit about that process? What would be required for an IND to be approved to actually study Ibogaine in phase 3 clinical trials?
Yeah. Well, you don't start to phase 3, so you
I
really
think phase 2 to phase 3.
Yeah. So I think the first thing to say is that there needs to be what's called an investigator's brochure. So MAPS is almost near completion of the investigator's brochure, summarizing the world's published scientific literature on Ibogaine. What we're doing now is we're contacting the operators of some of the clinics to try to get unpublished data that, again, would not be considered as valid as published data, but it is still really important data to add to the investigator's brochure. And we hope to have that in the next couple months. Then what you do is you open up an IND and you submit it. The other big part of this is you have to have a standardized supply of the Ibogaine. So there are multiple different companies that are trying to work to develop a standardized supply. In the early stages of phase 1/2 research, it's not essential that you have what's called GMP, good manufacturing practices. So you have to, though, have a reliable, pure, consistent supply to do your research with. Then you have to have a protocol. Once you submit the protocol to the FDA, and you can decide whether you go first to the FDA or to institutional review boards, wherever the study is going to be. So it's an option. Usually the strategy is you go to which one you think would be the easiest, and then you go to the next one saying, oh, I've got approval. So it could be that you go to FDA first, and then you go to an institutional review board. In this case, I think it would make more sense to go to FDA first because of those safety issues and to see what they do. So then the FDA has to reply within 30 days. Once they reply, then there's a dialogue that takes place and you go back and forth. And so it could take a couple months. I think since the research that you're talking about would be done in Kentucky, California is the only state in the country that has its own review board to review Schedule I drug research. and it slows things down substantially, but Kentucky does not have that. And California, again, is the only state, and there's efforts to try to eliminate that group because it doesn't really add much. But what you do is you get your standardized supply, you get your investigator's brochure, you develop a protocol, you submit to FDA, you wait for 30 days, and then you engage in a discussion. Usually that can take another month or two. And then you're able to go to the IRB. If it's in an institution in Kentucky, the IRBs often meet multiple times a month. Then your researchers have to get DEA licenses because Ibogaine is a Schedule I drug. That can be done concurrently once you have FDA approval. So there's a lot of regulatory work to do, but it's not insurmountable, and it should be done in a matter of months.
Real quick, how long did it take you to do those regulatory things for MDMA?
Well, it took forever. I mean, it took a really long time because we had this whole MDMA neurotoxicity issues that then we've had to do years and years and years of scientific research behind that to demonstrate that that's not an issue. So, as I said, it took us 37 and a half years from 1986 to get where we are with MDMA, but a lot of that had to do with fundraising. So I think that the climate has changed, the social attitudes have changed. The FDA has indicated that over half the protocols that are submitted to the Division of Psychiatry are related to psychedelics. So the innovation in psychiatry is coming in large part from psychedelic-assisted therapy. And you can just go to clinicaltrials.gov and put in any different psychedelic, and you'll see how much research there is. So I think how long it took us with MDMA is not a reliable indicator of how long it would take with Ibogaine. And I think from 1986 to 1992, all of our protocols were rejected, for example. So it took a long time, but there's a sense of a national crisis of people dying from opiate overdoses, and so I think the FDA would be responsive to that, and I think it would be, as I said, way less than 8 years from start to finish.
Ms. Butcher.
Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Doblin. I appreciate what you're sharing. It's very interesting. And I'm interested in some questions similar to what my commission colleague, Carlos Cameron, asked about the COVID vaccine. I also wondered how long that took, but I've also wondered how long did it take for methadone and Suboxone to go to FDA approval?
That is a really good question, and I don't actually know. But I do know that some states never approved methadone. So that once you have FDA and DEA approval, it still has to be approved by the states. So I'm not aware of, I've mostly got very narrow focus on psychedelics.
Right.
So,
Thank you.
But it wouldn't be that hard for the commission to find that out. But again, I don't know that those would be reliable indicators for how long Ibogaine would take, because those are situations where those medicines are, in methadone, Congress actually passed laws on how to regulate methadone. So it was a very complicated process, but I do think that, again, that Ibogaine is pretty unique. There is this, we try to draw lessons from what other drug development programs have been, but I think that it's hard to draw direct parallels. And I think that, as with the COVID vaccine, that the FDA can expedite things, particularly when they make what's called the breakthrough therapy designation. So my guess is that Ibogaine would clearly be considered a breakthrough therapy, but they only decide that after they have some data from like an initial phase 1, phase 2 safety study. But then if you get breakthrough therapy designation, for example, we have that psilocybin for treatment-resistant depression, psilocybin for major depressive disorders, and MDMA for PTSD are all breakthrough therapies. There's a shorter review time of 6 months once you submit all the data to the FDA. So my guess is that Ibogaine would clearly qualify as a breakthrough therapy.
Thank you.
Secretary Friedlander.
No questions.
Ms. Purdy, do you have anything that you'd like to
A
add?
quick question about establishing a standardized method of supply. How does that go about? How long does that take? Particularly with this
Well, there are already multiple different companies that are working to provide Ibogaine for research or for these clinics around the world. So I think to get to GMP, which is, so in phase 3, the thing is in phase 3, you must use the exact same drug that you're going to ask the agency to approve. In phase 1 and phase 2, you don't necessarily need to do that. You still need to have purity, but it doesn't have to be GMP, meaning that it's been scaled up and you can make commercial quantities and you figure out the dosage form. That can take a couple years to do that. And it's a substantial investment on the part of companies, particularly not so much making the substance, but then getting it into the dosage form in a standardized way where it's the reliable amounts within very small tolerances of, what's in the capsule or pill or whatever your dosage form is. So I think that there are already sources of Ibogaine that could be used in a phase 1/2 study, as we see already that in England, they've approved such a study and they have Ibogaine being used there. We have a project that we've been a minor funder of in Spain, and it's Ibogaine to help people withdraw from methadone. And so there's been a supply for that's been accepted by the Spanish government. So I would say that initially it should not be an issue about what is used in the phase 1/2 study, but then getting GMP for phase 3 could take additional resources and a bit more time.
Anything else? Dr. Root?
No, sir.
Mr. Cameron? Mr. Brown? No, sir. Dr. Freeman?
No more questions.
Ms. Butcher?
Yeah, thank you.
Secretary Friedlander, one last time. Dr. Doblin, I have just a couple of follow-ups on some of the things that you've said. First of all, given the tremendous amount of time MAPS has spent getting MDMA to the finish line, given the testimony which immediately preceded yours by Dr. Hagney regarding the potential lethality associated with complications of Ibogaine, why in the world would MAPS undertake an effort around Ibogaine rather than any other number of the potential therapeutics that are out there just waiting to be developed?
Well, I don't think that fatalities from Ibogaine under medicalized supervision are a significant likely outcome. So I think that Ibogaine can be delivered in a safe way, and it has been delivered in safe ways by these clinics outside the country. But we look at where is the need when we think of it. So there was a tremendous need for treating PTSD. When I started this research, it was mostly for Vietnam, people from Vietnam and for women with sexual abuse. Now, I think when you look at the country from a bigger perspective, from what is the need for new treatments, treating people for opiate disorders, or Ibogaine again can be useful for other substance use disorders as well. That's where the greatest need is. And so the reason that we're interested in Ibogaine, we did 2 studies already in Ibogaine, and these were called observational studies. So we looked at a clinic in Mexico and we looked at a clinic in New Zealand. And we did baseline studies of the addiction severity index before people, when they just showed up for treatment. And then we tracked them every month for a year. And we've published these in the Journal of Alcohol and Drug Abuse. And both of these studies were very hopeful about the potential for Ibogaine to really help people with opiate disorders. So the reason that we're looking at Ibogaine now is because of the great need, and because I do think that it can be administered in a safe manner.
Just to confirm, this is the next significant frontier for MAPS to undertake in terms of pharmaceutical development through the FDA.
Yes, I think so. I mean, we will be looking at MDMA for other indications, as I said, alcohol use disorder or eating disorders, variety of things. But in terms of the next new substance that we would like to take through the FDA, it would be Ibogaine.
Dr. Doblin, again, it has been a tremendous honor to have you here this afternoon with us. You are a true, genuine pioneer. And thank you for the time you've given us this afternoon. In the interest of keeping ourselves a little bit of ahead of a schedule for economy purposes, we're going to go ahead and dismiss you, sir. And thank you again for your time.
Okay, and Brian, I would just like to thank you and the commission because I think it's really courageous what you're doing. I mean, you're the first in the nation to try to think about doing this with state money. And that can really jumpstart the whole progress of developing Ibogaine into a medicine. So I just want to say, much as you appreciate me as being a pioneer, you are really the pioneers now in how do we move a direly needed treatment for a national crisis. So thank you for the opportunity to be here with you today.
Thank you, sir. Scott, if you would, please admit Mr. Robert Walsh. Dr. Freeman, would you like to introduce Mr. Walsh?
Yes, thank you. So I'd like to welcome and introduce Mr. Robert Walsh. Mr. Walsh is recently retired after working at the National Institute on Drug Abuse for 36 years, where he served as chief of the Regulatory Affairs Branch in the Division of Therapeutics and Medical Consequences. In this role, he managed and directed the overall activities of the branch, including the investigational new drug applications and drug master file submissions. And he was responsible for ensuring that all clinical trials were performed in compliance with all applicable regulatory requirements. He served as the NIDA project manager for the development of LAM, the development of Subutex or buprenorphine, and as study director for the multi-site national study of office-based buprenorphine treatment. You have a copy of his bio in your materials, and so I will not elaborate further, except to say that Mr. Walsh is uniquely qualified to speak on the regulatory challenges of Ibogaine development.
Thank you very much. It's a pleasure to see everybody. Do you need me to share my slides?
Yes, please, sir.
Okay. It looks like it's telling me the host disabled participant screen sharing.
Yes, sir. Adding you right
Okay, thank you.
Should be good to go.
Okay. Can you see that okay?
Yes, we can.
Okay, great. Well, thank you once again for allowing me to come and speak to the commission. I appreciate the opportunity. I'll get right into it because I know we don't have a lot of time. As you heard, I retired in 2022 as the chief of the Regulatory Affairs Branch. I was with NIDA for over 35 years. The opinions expressed are my own, not necessarily the viewpoint of NIDA. And I was employed at NIDA during the time of the Ibogaine project. However, I want to point out that I'm not an official spokesperson for NIDA in this role. And I received no financial compensation from any company developing Ibogaine or analogs or congeners or any other compounds. A brief history of how NIDA has been involved with Ibogaine is in 1991, our Medication Development Division started to evaluate Ibogaine as a possible addiction treatment, and animal studies were done to start the drug development process. 1993, we became aware of a death in the Netherlands after an Ibogaine administration, and as time went on, we started to hear of a couple others. Also in 1993, Johns Hopkins researchers published their research on the damage to Purkinje cells in the cerebellum of rats due to Ibogaine administration. And we also in 1994 then decided to hold a meeting with experts in the area of that part of the brain, the cerebellum, to identify the best way to do a clinical trial to study Ibogaine while protecting patients. As went on, we became aware that there may be other deaths and also that patients may need more than one dose, may need additional boosters. In 1995, as a result of those deaths, the neurologic injury and the concern over cardiac issues, that NIDA decided to discontinue its evaluation of Ibogaine and not pursue clinical trials at that time. However, we did agree to set up a drug master file with the FDA to make the results of our animal studies available to all researchers that wanted to continue to study Ibogaine. Just a little bit of the safety concerns that we were concerned with. We saw the Purkinje cell degeneration companies had seen when they were bringing their candidates. This is based on 8 different drugs coming to market. So you're looking at about 765 million at that point. If you think about the 15% or the 26% of that occurring in the phase 3 level, you're looking at probably a cost of around $200 million to do those studies. There's some development challenges, obviously, chemistry and manufacturing controls. FDA has obviously approved some INDs to look at to examine Ibogaine and see how it works and try and get some early information. The difference is researcher INDs are very different than a commercial IND, one that would be undertaken in order to take a drug to market. Chemistry and manufacturing controls are a lot tighter for your phase 3 studies. One of the questions that will have to be determined and may have already been is whether the Ibogaine will be synthesized or extracted from plants. Right now, I think a lot of it ends up being an extraction and then put into a capsule. One of the things FDA will be concerned about is the batch-to-batch variants, and they have a botanical guidance. So for drugs that are coming from plant material, it becomes a little more challenging to be sure that your batch-to-batch variances are the same. You're getting the same amount of active drug in each and every dosage form, so every person is receiving what they need. So you may have to be aware of multiple components in there to be sure that you can kind of keep that standardized, as opposed to a synthesized compound where it's a lot easier to keep that pure and not have to worry about additional things. Obviously, you can have some impurities in there that are measured and tracked, but for the most part, it's a little bit easier to see what actually is the strength from batch to batch. Obviously, there's expiration dating that need to be concerned about. There's history of safety concerns with the drug. So this already gives a little bit of a challenge for FDA and for the developers. Obviously, for the cardiac stuff, there's going to be a great concern about QT screening to ensure patients that might be more at risk aren't given the drug. And then with the neurological, since the history is there of some of these things, they may wish to see some sort of measures undertaken and with each of the patients as they're given the drug to watch for possible issues or side effects that they could have. In clinical trials, it's always the question of enrollment, how many patients you can get in. The length of the trial is always a concern because the longer the trial, the more the cost. And this is where that chemistry stuff comes in with the final dosage form is preferable to be used in those phase 3 studies, because that way it shows that when you get to market, this is the dosage form that you're planning on marketing, and the studies show that it's effective and safe. One other constraint that's thrown in with this one that some development projects don't have is it's currently a Schedule 1 drug, which the DEA has many requirements for those kinds of compounds. And it can be a little tricky to find laboratories to do testing in that are Schedule 1 approved. Clinical sites will need to be Schedule 1 approved. A lot of them aren't. They may be Schedule 2, but they'll have to go through additional work to become licensed to handle Schedule 1 drugs. And often they require safes and that to store the drug to ensure its safety and avoid any kind of loss of the drug either through just misappropriation. From the commercial development, there are some concerns to keep in mind. The supply of Ibogaine material may become limited if it's being imported from another country. If there's issues that arise in that country or things like this, it could interrupt the supply chain, which could be problems. Investors may decide to reduce their support if the development seems to be taking too long. We saw this with the MindMed story with the 18MC. There's some investors right now calling for a reduction in the amount of expenditures that are going on each year. And the 18MC is caught up in some of that. It's just a very realistic concern in today's society. Sponsor may decide to switch focus to a more lucrative therapeutic target, such as depression or something like that. It's not uncommon for drug developers to test their drugs in various assays and that to see where they might be valuable. And if it shows that they might be effective in a area that might have a larger market share, it's not uncommon for a company to sometimes delay the development in the drug abuse area in order to pursue what they see as a more lucrative field to go into. You may, while you're developing it or just get onto market, a competitor may reach the market faster or develop a medication with the same efficacy, but have a better safety profile. And they will certainly use that in their marketing. So it's something else that can impact whether a drug success continues on or is even reached. Risk evaluation mitigation strategies are often required by FDA because there's already existing safety concerns. They may put in certain criteria that need to be done in order to deliver the medication to patients, and the potential patient pool could be limited due to safety concerns until the larger exposure is accomplished. In other words, you may have to screen out patients, which is not an uncommon thing in drug development, who may be more at risk until greater comfort with the medication is gathered through larger numbers of studies. And then actually using it as a commercial product. You need to ensure that you have sufficient centers to provide the treatment to reach all of the patients you need to try and reach. It can be problematic if they're not set up to, do some of the things that are required. Safety concerns could end up making it a second line medication, since unfortunately there are other medications for opioid use disorder that don't have the same safety concerns. So that's something else that can be impacted. Each patient, I'm guessing, would probably need to receive an EKG to see whether they have a long QT syndrome, which already would put them at risk for a drug that further increases the length or prolongs the QT. So the treatment would need to have EKGs available and trained staff to administer them, as well as they may need to be reviewed by a cardiologist. Also, in some of the early studies, it's possible that they might be required to do telemetry in that to see how the patient's heart is reacting to the drug over a period of time, 24 hours, something like that.
Mr. Walsh, I am
Yes.
sorry to interrupt you. I have an indication that your time has expired. And Scott, if you can shut that clock.
Okay. I
how
think
close
I'm on
are
the
you-
last slide as it is.
All right.
I think the only thing I have left is just a thank you slide. So,
All right. Thank you. Right, I believe.
appreciate it. Thank you.
Right-hand side, Secretary Freeland.
Okay. Eric Freeland, Secretary of the Cabinet of Health and Family Services. Thank you for joining us today. First, thank you for your disclosure slide. I certainly appreciate that information. Couple of questions. I'm probably going to ask them backwards. You discussed some here about a plant material drug. Would that be considered a botanical pharmaceutical? I'm trying to find the right name.
Yep. No, you're right. That's fine. It would depend on how it's handled. If the Ibogaine itself comes from a synthetic root that's chemically synthesized, it would be considered a drug. But if it was extracted from a plant, then lots of times other things come over in those extractions and then it would be looked at as a botanical, and so it would fall under the botanical guidances and that's part of the reason why I was saying it really depends on how it's going to be identified for the final product, whether it's going to be a synthesized pure Ibogaine or an extracted, which may have some other alkaloids or stuff with it, will determine kind of the complexity of how that ends up at the end of the day with the FDA.
And you talked about some of the alternatives under development. Can you talk about, because you also talked about analogs? What's the difference between those two?
Well, basically the parent drug in this case would be considered like Ibogaine. And then in the plant, the Iboga plant, there's other compounds that are similar to Ibogaine, slightly chemically different, in the sense they might have the chemical structure may be slightly different, but they might have the same effectiveness, or they might have not show the same side effects, things like that. You don't really know till you actually isolate some of them and test them out and see how they work in animal studies first, obviously, to see if there's any obvious toxicities or anything that wasn't there, and then moving on to human studies. It's something that's commonly done. I mean, obviously, there are plant drugs that are botanicals that are approved by FDA. They're probably less than the amount of synthesized drugs, but it really depends on how difficult the structure is as well, because that can play a role in how easy it is to synthesize something versus extraction. And so what I'm calling the analogs, or the similar structured compounds that might do the same thing, I believe some of the companies that are looking at those might be doing those from a synthetic standpoint, which could mean that it might be a little easier in the development process. It doesn't mean it's not insurmountable. It just means it might make things a little easier in some ways.
Okay, thank you. When so those analogs, and I do want to go down this pathway a little bit.
Okay.
Yeah, and this will probably be around the last one. So most pharmaceuticals come from the natural world, right? I mean, that's how they often start in that way, or do you feel like anymore the change in science has allowed us to manufacture things directly from molecules that
Yeah. I think what tends to happen is lots of times, you know, like quinine with willow and things like that, those were kind of the things that kind of made us think about, hey, there's something here. Then lots of times what companies will do is they will make small chemical changes to that original structure and make a number, maybe hundreds of what I'm calling these analogs, which are slightly structurally different chemically, to see if they have the same efficacy as the original drug, to see whether they're able to take away some of the side effects which might be present with the original drugs, or see if they can increase the efficacy. Maybe certain changes allow them to cross the blood-brain barrier easier, be able to do, you know, get to the site of action quicker or more effectively, things like that. So I think at one time, a lot of things were done, you know, from plant materials. Now there's a lot of, I think, emphasis on, you know, we've kind of come a long way where chemists have gotten very good at understanding what certain chemical groups can do. And then they can look at kind of what the target is. They're looking at like receptors and things like this, which weren't, that kind of knowledge wasn't available in the earlier days. So they can try and design drugs to just try and hit that particular spot they're looking for. So it may not come from a plant. It may have been created in a lab and then tested out to see how it goes. It's not uncommon also to have a lot of analogs made and put them in kind of a more simpler animal assay or a non-animal, what we call an in vitro assay, kind of in a lab test to see if they show promise, and then kind of pursue those along the way rather than just taking everything that's made and just trying to move forward with it. Does that answer more what you're looking for?
it does. Thank you. I think I'm out of time.
Ms. Butcher?
Mr. Walsh, thank you. My name is Karen Butcher, and I represent citizens at large here on the commission. I also have lost a son to opioid use disorder in 2020.
I'm sorry for that, ma'am. My deepest sympathies.
And I notice on your slide number 10, you talk about something that I've heard over and over since this announcement in May. Safer medications for OUD are already on the market. And yet, they don't address the same things Ibogaine would address. And yet, we still have this crisis. Help me understand how we continue to have that conversation.
I think where it comes from is the fact that some of the drugs are on the market now for OUD, and I agree, we certainly don't have all the compounds we need to have. Obviously, we definitely need more to handle this crisis. But the ones that are there now don't necessarily have the level of the heart risk and things like that. And I think that's why people always comment about that they seem to be safer on the market. Now, that's not to say that Ibogaine couldn't end up showing a different type of efficacy or, you know, be more part of the problem we had a little bit back in the day when we were looking at it at NIDA is at the time, the sponsor wasn't always very forthcoming with us with information they had. They were aware of like the death we found out kind of through a different mechanism. And then oh yeah, well, there was a death, and oh yeah, there was a couple. And it was touted to us as only needing a single dose in order to accomplish its thing, which seemed magical, seemed really amazing. And then it was as we moved on further through some of the animal studies and started to see things, then we were told that, well, some people might need another dose, some people may need regular boosters. It was not real clear just where the whole thing was. And I think that's kind of where we are now. There's obviously a lot of interest in the compound. The hope is that it actually does deliver on what it says it can. But until we really do the proper studies and make sure that patients are safe, the worst thing that could happen is someone goes in for a treatment thinking that they're going to be helped, and then they end up dying from the treatment or something like that. Obviously, we want to try and avoid that and ensure that the people that do receive it have the best, best safety profile to ensure that they are safe and that it has the opportunity to, accomplish what we all hope would be accomplished.
Thank you for that. I have another question.
Yes,
Are you
please.
aware of side effects of these other medications for OUD, and have there been any deaths from those other medications?
I am not a physician, so I'm not going to stretch out too far because I would get out of my area of expertise. I know most all drugs have had some deaths occur at some time or another. The part that's always the difficult part is knowing whether it's the drug itself that caused it or whether it was concurrent opioid use in some of the cases of those that obviously can result in overdose and death, especially with the compounds out there now with fentanyl and stuff like this, and it make it even more dangerous for people that use those drugs. I guess I couldn't give you a list of what. I mean, happy to try and find some out and report back to commission if needed. But I do know all drugs obviously carry risks with them. And so there's nothing that's perfect. It's just basically gradations of how risky a drug might be or what the particular side effect is that might, like the heart ones may be a little more serious than something that may cause, a rash or something like that.
So then I might draw the conclusion that regardless of it being another one of the medications that are safe for OUD, or let's say synthesized Ibogaine, we have risks with all of those. That's safe to say.
Yeah, I think all drugs carry some risks with them. That's very true. Some are much more safer than others and have been shown, and depending on what the indication is as well, obviously.
Thank you.
Dr. Freeman?
Yeah, just quickly. So you mentioned the Ibogaine, tabernanthalog, and I don't know if you could just comment a little bit more for the commission on, sort of when we think about developing an analog like tabernanthalog, I can say that correctly, where it retains the active pharmacophore, right? But, eliminates aspects of the chemical structure that cause the, psychedelic hallucinogenic effect and perhaps the effect on the herd channel. I'm not a chemist, and I know you're a chemist, so maybe you can comment a little bit about that.
Well, I'll use the term chemist loosely, but yeah, what I could comment on is, and of course, I don't work with any of these companies, so I don't really have the inside track with what they know. But from what I've seen, kind of in the public press, and that tabernanthalog also comes from Iboga, seems to have the same, as we're saying, the effectiveness, the same site of action that we would want to have that we're looking for with Ibogaine, although it doesn't appear to cause the hallucinogenic aspect to it, as I understand it, and does not seem to have the cardiac risk that Ibogaine does. That's basically would be the difference I could say. So that's kind of where I was talking a little bit about, the search always for safer meds that are still effective, and that's kind of a good example of that for this area. Now, I'm not touting that that's the best one there is, or that's the end all to everything. Just it has some intriguing possibilities based on what's been reported.
That all?
Yes.
Mr. Brown?
Mr. Walsh, thank you for your comments. I just have a kind of a two-part question. You mentioned that NIDA discontinued its evaluation of Ibogaine in 1995, correct?
Yes.
Which is directly before the explosion of the opioid epidemic that we are now 20 years later still living in.
Yep.
Which brought us to over 100,000 folks a year dying of overdose deaths. And you mentioned that there's other drugs available to combat that use, but obviously something more is needed if we're still losing 100,000 individuals a year. So wouldn't you think that it would be proper to continue the study of this to see if a portion can be isolated to affect the process we are in?
Yeah, I agree. I mean, the deaths are just way too much. Even one death is too much. Let's be honest, especially if you're the family member of that person. But I think, what NIDA is doing now is they actually still have a grant program where people with promising compounds can come in and obtain grants and, study things. I think Tabernanthalog, if I remember, I saw that they actually have a NIDA grant, I believe, that's doing some of their, or they're working with the division at some of the early testing to make sure that it's worthwhile to pursue. I think, to be honest, I think all irons need to be examined. All drugs should be examined. But I do think, too, we have to move cautiously as well. It's important that, when we know about certain side effects or certain risks for patients, that it's important that as we're developing that drug, we keep a very close handle on, what the incidence rate of that is among patients, or what kinds of things might signal a patient might get into trouble with it. Because FDA is going to want to know that, because obviously a big part of their role is to ensure that the medications are safe and effective. So as you go through, if you're looking at developing this, the only concern I would have is whenever a drug has some additional safety concerns with it, it's usually a little more of an expensive development project, only because it requires more studies and more things to be done, more measures to be taken to ensure. That doesn't mean it can't happen, obviously, because it does. But I would just put that out there, that if the committee is looking to put resources where it thinks it could benefit. I understand the issue is very near and dear in the state of Kentucky. I would just say, my advice would just be, it's worthwhile to look at what all the opportunities out there, or what all the possibilities are, and try and decide what might have the greatest chance of success in order to reach the most of your patients in the quickest time possible.
Thank you. Mr. Cameron.
Mr. Walsh, thank you for testifying today, and thank you for your years of service with NIDA, and getting to work with Dr. Volkall had to be something spectacular. He's a dear friend of ours and the congressman's. Is it safe to say that the majority of opioid deaths, taking out accidents, car accidents, shootings, suicides, affects the heart, stopping the heart?
As once again, I'm not a physician, so I'm, take this for what it's worth. It's my opinion in this case, but obviously the opioids in that, stimulants can cause the heart to speed up. Opioids usually do more of their damage by causing the area in the brain to stop breathing, so the body kind of forgets to breathe. And so a lot of people perish from that aspect of it, which is part of the reason why drugs like naloxone and things like this go in and displace the opioid from the receptors in the brain that are causing that respiratory depression, and kind of helps people come back around. So I'd say with the opiates, it's probably more on the respiratory side than on the heart side. Although there are folks out there in the population that already have this long QT syndrome that they talk about, who also abuse drugs. And lots of times people use more than one type of drug. So they could be using cocaine or other stimulants that might also have caused some damage to the heart, and using the opioids too. So it's not really a clean cut, an opioid user only uses one. A lot of them sometimes use multiple drugs. So it's, it's kind of a hard thing to tease out and say just one thing. But I think for the opioids, it's probably more on the respiratory depression side.
My next question is, are you aware of any, I know you're still serving as a consultant to NIDA. Are you aware of any research or studies being done by NIDA right now with Ibogaine to try to pull a derivative out to make safe use of it?
I'm not aware of anything that's that NIDA is funding right now looking at Ibogaine. But to be totally honest with that, it's probably a question that should be asked of NIDA itself, because the project officer in that would know for sure what all their grant portfolio is. Even though I do a little bit of consultant for them, it's only on a regulatory strategizing type level. It's not on like any of the grants or compound developments that they might be looking at or examining.
I had the opportunity to talk with Dr. Volkall a couple of weeks ago. I think there's some interesting things happening right now. So without speaking on their behalf, I took courage out a statement, so I'll leave it at that, but I just want to ask you if you was aware of it. Thank you.
Yeah, unfortunately, I can't speak much to, what all their grant portfolio might be in that. I do know that generally, I can say this as my own opinion from my own experience. Dr. Volkov is very interested in finding solutions to the opioid crisis and finding medications and whatever it is that would work to help reduce those horrendous numbers. So I think she's been very supportive of the division for looking for potential treatments and medications that could be effective. So I don't want to diminish the fact that there's a lot of energy being expended on trying to find just these kinds of things to help. I just may not be aware of each and every one that they're working on.
Thank you. Dr. Root?
No questions at this time. Thank you, Mr. Walsh. This has been really, really helpful.
Ms.
Thank you.
Perkins?
No, I don't have any questions.
I have a very quick few, and this will put us ahead of schedule, Mr. Walsh. Thank you again for making yourself available. And I must say that you deliver your testimony with a great deal of congeniality, and that's appreciated.
Thank you, sir.
But first and foremost, I want to pick up on the spirit of what you have delivered by way of remarks, and don't let me put words in your mouth, but from what I take away, it is your belief and perspective, having worked with NIDA, that they are on the lookout for therapeutic opportunities that would diversify, expand, and improve upon those that we currently have.
Yeah, I would think so. They obviously have part of the mission of the Institute is, obviously trying to help people addicted to drugs. And so they do have, that is a key part of their mission.
So would it be fair to say that from a NIDA perspective, they do not consider all of the existing treatment options we have on the table to be fully adequate and satisfactory?
I don't want to put words in their mouth, but I would say, the fact that you're always looking to see if something can be improved upon or made better or more effective, there's always an ongoing, interest in finding that. So I don't think we can say that any one particular medicine really across all disciplines is, the end all be all for all patients.
Before you came on, we had a dialogue with Dr. Mark Hagney regarding the cardiac risk associated with Ibogaine, which you have mentioned. And that was followed by Dr. Rick Doblin, who talked about a risk-benefit analysis in which the FDA engages when it's looking to approve a therapeutic. And that's a risk-benefit analysis that I believe you have acknowledged. Is that right?
They do risk-benefit. Yes, I would agree they do that.
So in the case of Tocosin, a medication that is specifically used to address cardiac arrhythmia or torsades, which is the exact side effect produced by Ibogaine, the FDA deemed it worth the risk to allow that medication to be administered in a medically controlled setting with the appropriate cardiac monitoring in order to address cardiac arrhythmia, didn't it?
I'm not familiar with that particular drug, but I take your word for it that yes. Okay.
Given the evolution of the opioid epidemic from its beginning to its end, with the beginning having started in 1996 with the introduction of OxyContin, which was an FDA-approved therapeutic, 1 year after the conclusion of NIDA's participation in Ibogaine research, would you say that perhaps there would be a different risk-benefit analysis calculation utilized by regulatory authorities when it comes to Ibogaine's application to opioid use disorder?
It is possible because obviously, as you said, we've seen many more deaths increase than were in the earlier time period. We didn't have the opioid crisis at the time when we were looking at Ibogaine that they do now. The only thing I would just add to that, looking at the example that you had brought up, was if it requires a lot of inpatient monitoring and careful administration and things like that, the only drawback with a drug like that is it makes it more difficult to reach a large number of patients if you're trying to get to a large amount, because the more specialized the requirements are, the more specialized training is needed, and there's probably less clinics and areas that would be able to accommodate that. So that'd be the only thing that I would add there. Not saying that it couldn't be approved in that, but another part you're looking for, I would think, as well, as a way to reach most of the constituents that are suffering with opioid dependence now in the state. And I assume the goal would be to try and reach as many patients as possible.
Thank you, sir. You mentioned the safety of current therapeutics. Are you familiar with, and this is not a gotcha question, it's just a straight up, and it's a straight up inquiry about awareness. And again, this is not to impugn you, it's just to get an understanding. Are you familiar with the fatality statistics related to methadone within either the United States broadly or Kentucky specifically?
I'm aware that deaths have occurred with methadone. I couldn't tell you exact specifics. I do know that a good portion of that, there's physicians that tend to use methadone as a longer acting pain medication. And unfortunately, the way methadone works, and I am far from a pharmacologist, so this is going to be a fairly simplistic approach, is it's easy to overdose someone with it because it doesn't clear out of the body as quickly as some of the other pain meds might. So some physicians look at that and say, oh, this is great. It could last a little longer for my patients. And they give it on a dose schedule that causes it to accumulate. And then you run into the respiratory depression risks and things like that as well. And you've kind of got to about the extent of my knowledge on that.
Thank you, Mr. Walsh. We're ended about 7 minutes early, which is good for our next witness. Are there any final questions before we dismiss Mr. Walsh? Mr. Walsh, thank you very much for your time and presence here this afternoon.
Thank you very much. Appreciate it. And best of luck to the commission as it carries out its duties.
Thank you, sir.
Bye-bye.
This time I'd like to call Mr. Matthew Zorn. Mr. Zorn is an attorney in Texas who focuses on drug policy reform on the federal level, complex commercial litigation, intellectual property, contract law, and regulatory litigation in federal and state trial and appellate courts. He is recognized as an authority on issues relating to the Federal Controlled Substances Act and cannabis regulation, who routinely speaks and publishes on issues relating to legal issues on controlled substances. Mr. Zorn has received national recognition for his work in intellectual property and controlled substances litigation. The American Lawyer recently named him a finalist for Young Lawyer of the Year in Litigation, and the American Inns of Court named him a 2020 Pegasus Scholars. Best Lawyers in America named Mr. Zorn one to watch, and Thomson Reuters Super Lawyers recognized him as a Texas Rising Star in intellectual property litigation, cannabis law, and administrative law. He previously served as a judicial clerk to the Honorable Rodney Gilstrap with U.S. District Court for the Eastern District of Texas, and as a litigator for Paul and Weiss in New York City. Mr. Zorn, thank you very much for being here. You've got 10 minutes for your opening statement.
Thank you, sir, and to the commission. Thank you for inviting me here to speak. I appreciate the opportunity. I should note this is my first time giving testimony. I've taken testimony quite a bit, and I hope I can assist the commission today in generating some answers in my area, which is IP and controlled substances regulation. In testifying today, I'd like to contribute or highlight one different item that we haven't talked about today, which is, of course, this is about saving lives, but there's an economic opportunity here for the state of Kentucky. These considerations are different, and yet all too often economics dictate which therapies come to market and how. I think the pharmaceutical industry held the front door open for the opioid epidemic and pushed everyone in. And folks all over the country, particularly here in Kentucky, and collected a price of admission. Then, as people were trapped inside, the pharma industry collected rent. Now we're finally figuring out ways to get people through the exit. And not surprisingly, pharma's holding the back door open as well, collecting a toll on the way out. That's not a value judgment about pharma. That's just the reality of what's going on here. And pharma owes duties to its shareholders, not to the public health. But again, sometimes the economics intersect, sometimes they don't. But if we think creatively about this problem and tinker with the economic incentives, my hope is that Kentucky can also collect something on the way out. And so to be clear, my solution is not to cut pharma out of this at all. I think that partnering with pharma is probably the better way to go. And so what I see today's hearing is about, from my perspective, is it's an invitation for Kentucky to help solve the crisis and make an investment not only in what could potentially be a cost-effective treatment that doesn't rely on maintenance, but also frankly produce jobs and economics if the arrangement is done the right way. I won't belabor the panel with my background, as I've already been introduced, but I routinely speak on issues relating to federal drug regulation, and IP issues. My IP background in large part comes from the fact that I clerked on one of the busiest IP dockets in the entire country. And I would note here today that I don't work for a pharmaceutical company. I paid my own way here. I represented a small psychedelic pharmaceutical company in a matter against DEA, but most of my time in this area is spent representing researchers, dying patients. I even today represent a former DEA agent. So I have no agenda here other than to help you make the decision that is best for Kentucky. I want to react just a little bit to what I've heard earlier today. You know, we've heard about the risks of Ibogaine. I think that those are indisputable. Recently, I read a paper that said that the risk of bypass surgery of death is 2%. And I don't think anyone would ever argue that we shouldn't be performing bypass surgery. So what I've observed is that sometimes the treatments that have the greatest promise also have the greatest risks. And it's frankly a fact of modern medicine that that we need to figure out ways to minimize risk, but sometimes you cannot eliminate it. I mean, chemotherapy is something that I have personal experience observing, and there's a significant risk of death with chemotherapy too. Again, no doctor would ever testify that chemotherapy isn't a part of, well, I shouldn't say no doctor, I don't know all doctors, but I few would say that chemotherapy is not a part of today's medical practice. When you look at the alternatives, buprenorphine, these are good medicines. I'm not here to convince you that they're not, but they have significant shortfalls. In my sort of regulation career, I've noticed that buprenorphine is often implicated in polydrug death, polydrug use, because buprenorphine itself has a potential for abuse. That's why it is a scheduled drug. Suboxone, many folks don't ever really make it off Suboxone. The relapse rates are high, and so deaths occur when these medications don't work. When we're evaluating the axis of risk, we need to look at it holistically. And so what I would want to focus on with the remainder of my testimony is point out that curative treatments aren't necessarily in the interest of the pharmaceutical industry, because again, their duties are to shareholders, not public health. And how do we solve that problem? Potentially to have government, whether it's the federal government or the state government, to assume some of the risks of the earlier trials to help these companies manage, frankly, so it does become in their economic interest to partner and generate, whether it's Ibogaine or frankly an Ibogaine derivative I've heard here today. I think that's a very important thing to consider. The public-private partnership is not a new concept. In fact, it was pioneered at the federal level and today is most well known in 1980. For that point, the federal government had something on the order of 30,000 patents on the books that weren't used. And there was a question of how do we mobilize this? And part of the problem was in these partnerships, the federal government took the patent and the companies didn't get it. So there's the Bayh-Dole Act, and that's kind of the modern federal public-private partnership. And then that's allowed this country to unlock a ton of research. There's been a ton of innovations. I think the last estimate I saw was over $1 trillion of innovation has been unlocked with these public-private partnerships. And I think that the public-private partnership is important in one particular area, and that's the types of treatments that aren't sort of lucrative for the pharmaceutical model. So an example is vaccines. Vaccines is not the bread and butter of pharma because, frankly, prevention is less profitable than ongoing treatment ad nauseum. And central to that discussion, of course, is intellectual property and patents. That's what I do. Intellectual property is very important because it allows a return on investment in terms of monopolizing the drug on the back end, once it goes to market in order to recoup the costs of developing the drug, which is not $1 billion. What Dr. Doblin testified today is absolutely true. You can just simply do the math on this one, which is a phase 1 trial is 50 patients. If you're estimating at $50,000 per patient, that's only $2.5 million. So a phase 2 trial is usually 10 times that. So, or it might not even be 10 times that, but that's only $25 million. So just to give the panel perspective, basic math, it's not $1 billion. So if why hasn't Ibogaine been developed yet? There's a variety of issues surrounding this, which is patent issues, frankly, which is Ibogaine's been around for a while. It's been around since at least 1970, because that's when it was put in Schedule I of the Controlled Substances Act. Even using Ibogaine to treat addiction has been around. That was patented in the 80s. So there's little incentive for a pharma company to come in because on the patenting is going to be hard, and yet there are already pharma companies that are coming in. And I think that's in part because when we think about the pharmaceutical process, it's a multi-factor process, which also has to do with sort of the risks of failure. But the difference with Ibogaine is there already is evidence showing effectiveness. And frankly, the safety risks, we're gonna have to do the studies, but they're known. This isn't like an unknown idea here. Like, we know what the safety risks are, which frankly means that I think that the reason pharma companies are actually working on this now is because they think it's a pretty good bet. And so I think what a public-private partnership can do is it can shift the economics in favor. And what I guess what I would hope the panel can do if it approves this is take something out of it for Kentucky. Whether it's a royalty stream on whatever company it works with, which can then bring money back for the state of Kentucky, or a development contract. This can all be done. It can be done with contract. The federal government has never exercised its marching rights under the Bayh-Dole Act, which allows them to come in and take over the patented product, but certainly the state of Kentucky could write in more robust marching rights. It's totally flexible. And what that could allow the state to do is to bring back some of the money that would come from this research, and think of this not just as an investment in the public health, but frankly, just a straight up investment. I do want to make one note. I do have experience with the Controlled Substances Act pretty deep, and I think the Schedule I point needs to be clarified. Schedule I presents some meaningful barriers to clinical research, but I think it's vastly overblown. You can just look out MDMA, LSD, psilocybin. These are all moving through the clinical trial process. I think in the past, it's been more difficult than it is in the present. And what I would point to is that from a legal perspective, most of the restrictions in Schedule I are the same as Schedule II. And that there's also been conflating difficulties in researching Schedule I drugs with cannabis, which has its own set of restrictions that don't apply to other Schedule I drugs. I think the reason we hear that a lot, and I'll conclude on this, is, again, it gets back to the economics. The economics of the patenting issue of all these Schedule I drugs have all been known, the stigma with them, but it's not the Schedule I statuses.
Thank you. Secretary Friedlander, to start with you last time.
Did.
Ms. Purdy. Dr. Brew.
I just thank you for what you've shared here today. And I think Mr. Zorni bring up a very important point about honestly, the commercialization, because sustainability will be very important, I think, for any new therapeutic that comes on board, because a lot of times, unfortunately, in addiction and in recovery, we have promise and we have hope, but then unfortunately here in Kentucky, a lot of that it disappears after a while. So having that ability to allow something to come in and to allow it and empower it to be sustainable is a very important factor in this decision-making process.
Mr. Cameron. Mr. Brown.
I don't have any questions, but thank you very much for your comments, especially those related to the current risk assessment associated with current drugs that are approved and procedures that are approved, that is a necessary risk, it's an acceptable risk, and I think that's a very good point to bring out. So thank you.
Dr. Freeman.
Yeah, thank you. So I'm obviously not a lawyer, so I don't have the legal view of the Controlled Substance Act that you do, but I'm a pharmacist. And so clearly I know the Controlled Substance Act very well, because as pharmacists, we have to abide by the Controlled Substance Act. And so could you tell me specifically, when you say there's not much difference between a Schedule I and a Schedule II regulatorily, that's quite surprising to me, knowing what I know as a pharmacist.
Yeah, so the main difference between a Schedule I and a Schedule II drug is that a Schedule II drug can be prescribed and that a Schedule I drug cannot be prescribed. So that relates to the medical practice. But as far as clinical trials are concerned, There is one portion of the statute, which is 21 USC 823 G, I believe, which has a particular carve out for researching Schedule I drugs, requires that it goes through the FDA before it goes through DEA. But since we're talking about clinical trials anyways, that's going to have to be done no matter what. So that isn't really an additional hurdle. Registering Schedule I researchers is another difficulty.
So that's different than Schedule II.
Well, Schedule II, you still have to register for Schedule II. It's just that for Schedule I, you have to apply on a per protocol basis often. I actually do spend a lot of time with Schedule I researchers, and I don't view really any meaningful hurdle to getting DEA to register, especially when done in parallel.
Do you know in Kentucky where we have the authority to do Schedule I research?
I would assume the University of Kentucky would have authority to do Schedule I research. And certainly when universities apply for Schedule I licenses, the DEA processes them rather quickly.
Quite challenging, just from my perspective.
It has in the past. It has in the past, but for instance, in 2018, the DEA on its website created an expedited process for Schedule I registration. Again, we shouldn't conflate registering for cannabis, which has its own sort of set. That's what we see most in the news because of sort of the national state. But I don't think that's an accurate reflection of the Schedule I substances as a whole. I do believe that, in fact, there's not to belabor the point, but there's another provision of the Controlled Substances Act that actually puts a timeline on registering manufacturers when it's for a clinical trial. I actually filed a lawsuit on that and won that lawsuit. It's 21 USC 823I, which says that that the DA must register someone within 90 days. So that's 3 months, which is not that much time in my view.
So you mentioned that we had lots of efficacy data, but I'm unaware of any FDA approved controlled clinical trials that have been done on efficacy in the United States. So can you elaborate on what you meant by that? Because it seems to be that the whole reason we're here talking about this is for the commission to invest in those trials to show efficacy.
Sure. Just as a point of clarification, I didn't mean through an FDA clinical trial, but I mean, efficacy to me, there's observational evidence. I don't even mean anecdotal. There are plenty of papers that sort of there's open label evidence. And to me, that's the type of evidence that if this body or a pharma company was looking as whether they wanted to go get the evidence, they would look to that as an indicator as to whether something's promising. But obviously, if there were efficacy evidence, then we would be sitting here today because someone would probably be taking it to the FDA.
Thank you.
Thank you, Matthew Zorn.
Just a couple. One, I think I saw some LinkedIn post around the land grab around psychedelics. Can you talk about that? Because you talked about patents and the existence of patents, and what are some of the challenges there, and are those barriers then to research for other folks who may be looking?
I've spent a lot of time writing about this, infamously in one respect, but yeah. So the patents of psychedelics, if you think about the problem, is these substances have been known for a while. The typical pharma model is that you research new compounds, you generate a new molecule, you get a patent on the compound, and it's pretty sort of straightforward from there. And then you develop an extended release version, you patent that, you wean people off of one onto the other, and so on and so forth. But psychedelics, these are known. In fact, even their use in treatment is somewhat known. Psilocybin was used in the 60s and 70s. And so there are creative IP strategies. So a formulation patent, for example, of it's not just psilocybin, but it's a particular formulation or some sort of additive. So there are ways to generate IP so that a company, and frankly, Kentucky as well, could benefit from this treatment protocols. I mean, you can patent not just a compound, but a method of treatment. And I don't believe that with Ibogaine, we have explored the entire frontiers as to, frankly, a protocol to minimize the risk would probably be patentable. So there's a lot of potential here. But yes, we see that in the psychedelic space in large part because the funding is. This is to get equity from the public. The public, if it's private equity or even an IPO, with Compass Pharmaceuticals as an example, as you have to promise people a return on investment. And that's why I think this is a special opportunity here, which is this body doesn't necessarily have to put shareholders first. It can put the public health first and think of, but also with the mind of getting a return on investment. It doesn't mean there's no return on investment, but that's where the patents come into play, is they help companies make promises and deliver on promises.
Clear that I'm hearing it. You said arrangements, you talked about, the P3 concept, which usually means then that whomever the investor is, and in this case, government, has some expectation of what that investment will bring for that investment. Could you expand on that just a little bit about what that range of things might be?
Sure. I mean, off the top of my head,
Yeah.
just a vanilla royalty interest in any of the fruits of a research project. That's kind of a standard sort of arrangement. And I don't mean arrangement as in like government arrangement, just in the private industry. But the government has, a lot more flexibility. It could be, you have to do your research here in Kentucky. You gotta bring some jobs here. It could be, if there's ever a treatment that comes out of this that has to be delivered to the Kentucky system at cost, which would be a very interesting idea. I've never really seen it, but that would be an interesting idea, and there's no legal impediment to putting that into the contract. So there's in California there's, I think, an initiative to take equity in the enterprise. I don't think that's out of the question. It's not. I don't think that's necessarily the most straightforward approach. So I think there are a lot of ways that this can be structured, and I'd be happy to, afterwards follow different approaches.
Thank you. That's very helpful. I think we've tried some of that before in this state, Brady Industries, some other things like that. But anyway, I'm sure that there are ways to make good arrangements. So thank you.
That Brady Industries remark was strategic. I just want to mark that on the record. Thank you, Mr. Zorn, for being here. And I want to observe that you made a remark that curative treatments are not in pharmacists' economic interests. Would you expound upon that, please?
Yeah, if you put yourself in the shoes of a pharmaceutical company, imagine you had a treatment on the market and it was effective. Frankly, we can just sort of use naloxone as an example, which was approved in 1971. And it went generic pretty quickly, but it was an injectable. And the story of its approval is, that 1971, it was actually a lot easier to get them to do the FDA. I'm not sure naloxone could actually get through the FDA these days. If you think about how we're talking about these double-blind placebo studies, I don't know how you would ever execute that with naloxone. But nothing really ever happened to it. And then Narcan came around fairly recently because of the fact that people were using naloxone off-label. But if we were to think of what's the next generation naloxone, and you're a pharmaceutical company, and let's say you had a patent on naloxone, what you would probably think about doing is trying to reformulate the existing compound as opposed to trying to build a better mousetrap. Because you're gonna make a lot more profit just getting a new patent on an extended release version and moving people from naloxone to naloxone ER. And maybe you don't get the patent. It's not always straightforward to get a patent like that, but Pharmaceutical companies are better off from a revenue standpoint, a pill a day model. Just, there's more profit in it. And a curative treatment means you don't have a cut, like, this is just basic business. You don't have a return customer. Customer doesn't have to come back. And it's not to say that we pharma companies or health companies don't create vaccines or whatnot, but I don't think it's any coincidence that the most profitable companies are not focused on vaccines unless you have something like Operation Warp Speed or whatnot. So I hope that addresses the
It
question.
does. I will ask this. Between January 1 of 17 and May 26th of this year, the Kentucky Medicaid program for a state of 4.6 million people paid for over 101 million doses of Suboxone and related opioid replacement therapeutics, and was billed over $1 billion for those therapeutics over that same time frame. Makers of these therapeutics include companies like Reckitt, Benckiser, Indivior, Purdue Pharma, and its successor, Kona. Would an Ibogaine therapeutic, based on your knowledge of what it does and research interest around it and the observational data that has been published, be disruptive to the business structure that I have just described?
Absolutely. If it delivers on its promises, it would be disruptive for sure.
In what way?
Well, I mean, there would be no, if it's, you know, as good as it seems, and again, the evidence has not been put together in I think in a rigorous FDA approval way. But if there are no return customers, then something like Suboxone might even go obsolete. I think something like naloxone would still have a strong role, however.
So Ibogaine has the potential to be a very vigorous competitor that would be disruptive to the bottom line margins of the manufacturers of our existing therapeutics.
It would be a competitor, but it would also be a complement. I mean, there's still, I think, a role for these medicines, to be clear. It would compete on some segments for sure, but I think that if we're talking about a world where Ibogaine is administered and maybe does have cardiac risk, I think what you're looking at is you're looking at all the treatments are available, and frankly, it could bring down the cost of the other treatments. I mean, that's what competition means, right?
Indeed. One of the things that we have struggled with is to develop a very vigorous and well-resourced recovery infrastructure that follows the acute phase of treatment because of the immense resource burn associated with 28-day inpatient treatments for acute opioid dependency, which often result in, on average, at least 5 times through per person who seeks treatment. Would Ibogaine be potentially impactful in terms of seeing a reallocation of resources from that acute treatment phase that would allow for money to be used to resource long-term treatment infrastructure?
Again, yes, if it proves to be efficacious in the way that so far there's no, again, clinical evidence, but if it proves to be efficacious, then yes, it should disrupt the current rehabilitation models, including maintenance therapies and the current infrastructure for that matter. And so I think when we think about the cost of administering the treatment that we heard about earlier today, a lot of that's moving just the back end cost to the front, right? In other words, that back end costs a lot of money right now, and we're moving it to the front end. So yes, it would be disruptive in a number of regards.
Okay. Any further questions from any commission members? Mr. Zorn, thank you for your time and your attendance today. Good luck getting through Bluegrass Airport. We're running just a little bit ahead of schedule. Everybody probably needs a little bit of bathroom break before we see Dr. Sidney Paycar. If we can get back here right about 4 o'clock and get him, we'll stay ahead of schedule. So let's plan on reconvening at 4. Dr. Sidney Picard, I hope I pronounced your name correctly. Picard, is that correct?
Yes, that is.
All right. Is a cardiologist in Port Charlotte, Florida. In July of 2007, Dr. Picard began his practice of electrophysiology with heart rhythm specialization. Prior to his practice, there were no physicians performing electrophysiology procedures in Southwest Florida. Since then, he has performed more than 6,000 and more than 5,000 cardiac ablations. Dr. Pekar also specializes in holistic healing through medication and psychedelic-assisted therapy. He supports efforts to ensure the safe delivery of psychedelic substances and prevention of cardiac arrhythmias during treatment. Dr. Pekar, please begin your 10-minute statement, sir.
Hi, thank you, committee members. It's a privilege to be here, especially on a panel with Dr. Rick Doblin. I support MAPS and Beyond the Ibogaine Treatment Center in Cancun. I was a participant and receiver of Ibogaine therapy twice there. And also I've undergone 27 other psychedelic treatments myself. So I fully understand the experience of psychedelic medicine and how it changes the brain. So I'm here today to explain how Ibogaine can be safely administered. A lot of the predecessors have gone over the danger of Ibogaine and deaths. Most, if not all of these deaths could be mitigated or completely prevented through safety protocols, which I have been in a voluntary basis instrumented at Beyond. So as the first Dr. Higney explained about the QT prolongation and the cause of the potentially lethal rhythm torsades. So torsades is a ventricular rhythm that he showed that occurs when that QT is prolonged, but it's not the end of the story. So there are ways to prevent torsades, and one of the ways is pre-treatment with magnesium. But obviously, initial treatment with EKG and pre-screening for other cardiac conditions is key to see who's a potentially good candidate and make sure those people with either family history of sudden death or QT prolongation at baseline or taking medications of prolonged QT already are not receiving Ibogaine. And then during the days prior to treatment, patients at Beyond receive magnesium supplementation to upregulate to higher levels of serum magnesium levels. They also test their potassium levels to make sure that the potassium level is not low. Many of the deaths in the literature are from low potassium levels, which potentiate the effects of torsades with use of Ibogaine. So during treatment, there's an IV that's run that's also, the patients are given magnesium. And then there's a protocol for torsades. So torsades is what we call a bradycardia dependent rhythm. That means the heart rate has to be slow for you to go into that dangerous rhythm. That can only happen when it goes slow. So the initial treatment is 3 rounds of magnesium IV. If that fails, the staff at Beyond is trained to do external cardiac pacing at a lower rate of 80. Torsades cannot happen at this lower rate of set with the external pads at pacing. So a lot of the deaths, if not all of these deaths that occur, are in places that people are not trained or not aware of the potential risks or how to treat torsades because there not been any electrophysiologists involved at these treatment centers until more recently. So basically, if you can screen out the people that are that shouldn't receive it, then you are left with a certain population. And in that population, that risk is probably 1 in 4 to 500 that they will go into torsades. But that doesn't mean that they will have a lethal outcome. If you are able to treat them, it can be treated successfully. And that's that's basically that for the treatment and planning for Ibogaine for 12 hours. With regards to Dr. Higney's point of cost, so the cost is training staff on this. The treatment itself is 12 hours. So you need a few days of prep work and then a treatment, and then 1 or 2 days, a few days afterwards. Beyond has a 10-day cycle, which is much less than standard inpatient rehab. And the treatment is not expensive. You don't need expensive things. Magnesium is very cheap. External defibrillators are cheap. Mobile telemetry to look at patients' heart rhythms is cheap. Is not require a lot of capital input. And this is already things that are in hospitals. And it's not as expensive as Dr. Higney was trying to purport. So that's that part. Now I'd like to share a little bit about my own personal journey with trauma and non-substance abuse addiction, and really explain to you why current treatments are failures. Okay, we all know that most patients go back through all these rehab centers, and everyone wonders, why isn't it working? It's very simple if you understand how trauma works. And you read works by such as authors like Dr. Gabor Mate. So when a child is 0 to 7, they have the same brain waves as the subconscious. Anything that is too much for their brain to handle is marked on their nervous system. The brain and the vagus nerve and the sympathetic and parasympathetic nervous systems. And this makes the fear center in the brain, the amygdala, hyperactive. So all addicts are trying to escape this constant dis-ease, which is just an internal uneasiness. And the only way to be able to really, and this is an energy. So this is to understand energetic states. And this is basically the only slide I have, is to explain energetic states. So what are energetic states? It's basically the emotions that you live with most of the time. And the emotions that all addicts live with most of the time, the major emotions are guilt and shame. And for that, and that is based on trauma. So the more trauma you have, the lower your energetic states, and you live in those lower emotions on the right. So everyone you can identify where they live on this chart. Everyone you work with, every of your family members, you can tell their energetic state. You know very happy people, you know very angry people. That's because everyone has trauma. So it's very hard, it's very easy to judge addicts, be like, why would they do that to themselves, take these drugs, do these things of abuse? And the truth is, addicts have slightly more trauma than the rest of the population. Everyone lives in these lower vibrational energies unless they do the work of releasing those energies. And there's 2 basic ways to release those energies, and that's meditation and psychedelics. So there are people that can overcome addiction through meditation, but it is a very difficult journey, because meditation and psychedelics both do the same thing, which is turn off your analytical mind and let you go into your subconscious and to release the energy of trauma. When I started my healing journey in 2019, at that point, I had 2 autoimmune diseases and a chronic pain syndrome. I was near suicidal. The Western medicine had failed me. Multiple specialists could not figure out what was wrong with me or how to help me. And I was fortunate enough to go to a place called the Hoffman Institute in Napa, and that place is 40% meditation, and the rest is group activities. There's no medications involved. And in 1 week, my pain level went to a 2 out of 10 instead of an 8 out of 10. And I knew I had to do more work. So I started a deep meditative practice through Dr. Joe Dispenza. I went to 6 of his meditation events, and it progressed me very far, but I knew I had to go deeper. And that's when I started my psychedelic journeys, which included ayahuasca, psilocybin, MDMA, ketamine, and 2 Ibogaine treatments. So one thing that I learned throughout all at the end of the psychedelic treatments is the most important thing that you have to know for addicts and addiction therapy is this, that during my treatments, I would have guilt, shame, and extreme emotions come up, and I would assign them to events, things that I did. Towards the end of the treatments, I learned that those events were irrelevant. I was in a guilt, shameful, angry, energetic state, and I created a life that kept me in that state. And this is what addicts do. So a lot of these people that go through rehab, the thing that gets...
Dr. Baker, we're coming to the end of your time has ended. I just wanted to see how close you are to the end of your remarks.
Okay. I'll just leave you with this. So the things that bring the addicts back to the addiction is the environment and the relationships that they set up is to reinforce those emotions. So basically, real rehab is not just psychedelics, it's things that they set up at places like Beyond to let you create a new life that is free of those emotions.
I'm going to stop you right there so we can begin the question. Thank you very much. We will be as quick and economic as possible with your time, sir. Secretary Friedlander?
No questions.
Ms. Butcher?
Thank you very much for all of that explanation. I appreciate you being with us today.
Dr. Freeman?
No questions.
Mr. Cameron? Dr. Root?
Dr. Paycard, thank you very much for sharing what you've shared. I think I would like to get a copy of that slide that you have there, and I'm sure we can have it here shortly. But I just want to come alongside and kind of validate anecdotally some of what you shared. Being a person in long-term recovery, I have learned that emotion is just energy in motion. And so when we get caught into those traumatic events and disappointments and struggles and failures, it can be a vicious cycle that we can't seem to escape from. And so I like your emphasis, and this has a question, I'm getting to it. I like your emphasis on meditation and incorporating a holistic approach to recovery. So my level of understanding would include the fact that one of the primary problems is that for people in addiction, people who are suffering from substance use disorder, we're continuously looking for something external to remedy a war within. And so that war within is entanglement with these negative energy patterns. And how could this plant, the Iboga plant and Ibogaine, correlate into somehow addressing that war within oneself to remedy, address, and perhaps resolve those conglomerates of negative energy? What is the mechanism that Ibogaine would have in that regard?
Okay, sure. So the thing for psychedelics that they say is you got to feel it to release it. So during my initial Ibogaine treatment, the first phase of Ibogaine, I don't know if you're aware of this, Ibogaine, the 12 hours is 2 phases. One is the first 6 hours is a psychedelic phase, and it's the only one where you actually see your trauma. So the first time I tried Ibogaine, the first 6 hours, I had recurrences and memories of my extreme trauma, my childhood, which were extremely difficult. And that is how psychedelics release that energy. It brings it up. And this is how psilocybin, ayahuasca, all these psychedelics work, is you have an extreme level of these emotions during the treatment. which can be very difficult, but it is for a set time instead of the rest of your life. So it's 12 hours of difficult experience. And it brings it up, and that's how it's released and processed in the brain. The last 6 hours is an introspective period where you become your own therapist and you see your life with clarity without your ego shielding you from pain. So it's a very
In the treatment.
interesting in the treatment. Yes, in the treatment
For a set time.
the rest of your life. So it's 12 hours of difficult
We've lost sound.
Hello, can you hear me?
I can hear you, Dr. Paycar.
Period where you become your own therapist and you see your life with clarity without your ego shielding you from pain. So it's a very hello.
Yep, we can hear you.
Okay. So after 12 hours, you basically are very drained from those emotions, but it's a release. And then the active metabolite, noribogaine, lasts for the next 2 months. And that is the very beautiful thing about Ibogaine as compared to other psychedelics. And that makes it much more effective because it will last in your system for up to 2 to 3 months afterwards, which gives you a time to recalibrate your life.
Fascinating. Thank you. Thank you very much. I don't have any other questions surrounding that. Thank you for the explanation. And yeah, I furthermore validate just experientially some of what you've described in terms of the negative energy and the trauma that has to be addressed and dealt with, and then moving forward in a very healthy fashion. It's fascinating that this topic is before us today. Ms. Birdie.
Yes, I do believe, thank you for being here. I do believe people have gone through a lot of different traumas. My concern with something like this is if you mentioned the fact that the costs were maybe exaggerated in the previous speaker's testimony, what do you find in, you said Cancun is where you were? Was the average cost, and then how would that translate over to cost of medicine in the US?
So the medicine is not really the big cost. The cost is the medical care. So you would have to have trained nurses and a physician overseeing the treatment. But my point was the training is not extensive training. You can train basically someone in 1 day how to prevent and treat torsades, which is the only reason to need the medical people is the potential for a lethal rhythm, and they need to know how to treat it. And the treatment is not complicated. If you give magnesium 3 times, it doesn't work, you go to pacing. And so it's really depends on really how many patients are treated and what the scope of your treatment is, but it's definitely, I think, much more cost effective than the current plans, which keep patients on medications that the state has to pay $1 billion a year for, because they would not be on those medications. So that's the point of Ibogaine is it's maybe 1 or 2. So some patients need additional psychedelics because, but they don't have to get Ibogaine a second time. They can get psilocybin or another psychedelic if they still continue to be in those low vibrational, low energy states. So which is things that Beyond is doing. They're looking at combinations of psychedelics for improved outcomes, which I also have been advising them on. So these things totally get rid of long-term opioid use, which is currently being used. So the potential for money saving is pretty big, in my opinion.
One more follow-up. Is there a time frame for treatment in the examples you just cited?
Yeah, so usually for therapeutic doses, Ibogaine lasts up to 3 months, but it doesn't necessarily last 3 months. It really depends on it. The minimum is 4 to 6 weeks, and those can be done. So psilocybin can be done as an outpatient. It doesn't need to be an inpatient with cardiac monitoring like Ibogaine does. So they could do outpatient treatments like the MAP studies with MDMA, which are 3 to 6 hours with psilocybin.
Okay. Thank you so much.
Thank you. It's a pleasure to be here. You are doing amazing work.
Dr. Pekar, I just have a couple of quick questions for you. Can you give us an estimate as to how many Ibogaine treatments that you have participated in as a cardiologist? And when I say participated, not received, but have been present for purposes of delivering cardiac mitigation if necessary.
So I have not done any. I have personally received it, but I have expanded the Beyond's protocol, but I don't practice delivering Ibogaine as a physician, as a supervising physician. I do ketamine because ketamine is legal in the US. So we do offer that to my patients in our practice that have clearly trauma-related cause of arrhythmias.
You have designed the protocol. Do I hear you correctly to say that you have designed the protocol or have assisted with the design of the cardiac protocol for the clinic that you've referenced?
Yes, I have assisted in, I have expanded their safety protocol. They already had one in place. They were practicing for over a year prior to my arrival there. And I added additional things for them to do to prevent and treat torsades in the setting of Ibogaine.
What were some of those things that you added to the protocol?
So the things we added was extensive use of magnesium prior to the treatment. So magnesium has two ways of supporting Ibogaine use. One is all psychedelics have oxidative stress. So besides causing the expansion of brain neurons, they can cause some death through oxidative stress, and magnesium mitigates that. And also, if you have a very high magnesium level, it can decrease markedly the effect or risk of torsades during treatment. We also give magnesium during treatment and also advise them how to successfully treat torsades, which is the magnesium IV pushes and pacing. So the pacing is really the key, because if you're able to capture the heart with the pads placed on the outside, the torsades will go away.
You mentioned cost of treatment, and you assessed prior testimony given by Dr. Mark Hagney. According to the federal government's Department for Health and Human Services, Medicaid pays $39,000 for a 28-day inpatient treatment of an individual with opioid use disorder. Will Ibogaine be equal to, more than, or less than that 28-day, $39,000 hospitalization?
So I can tell you that beyond the stay is 10 to 15 days. So there's already like half the time. The level of medical care is going to be a little higher because it's you need medical staff instead of whoever's staffing the current clinics, which are mostly mental health professionals. So it can potentially dramatically reduce treatment costs, but I think that the long term is more of it because a lot of the patients, if not all, with getting treatment are put on a long-term methadone or Suboxone, and this doesn't happen with psychedelics. The psychedelics removes that need for long-term treatment. It is potentially a cure.
If we were to add the cost of 90-day intensive outpatient treatment following that acute 28-day inpatient treatment to the tune of $70,000, we're talking about a total cost of $109,000 for 120 days of treatment. From what I hear you saying, it sounds like an Ibogaine treatment for opioid use disorder would reduce that down to about 2 weeks and be a fraction of the cost of the 120-day protocol.
Yeah, so let's talk about the potential people. So even if you take
10 seconds.
I want to see
I'm
that.
sorry.
Yeah, I said we've only got about 10 seconds.
Okay. Yeah, so if the outpatient treatment and follow-up psilocybin or things that as needed is still going to be a lot cheaper because mushrooms are cheap and you can do it in a few hours in an outpatient setting, and it doesn't have to be medical staff. It'd be psychedelic therapists that are MAPS trained.
Any further questions from any panel members before we dismiss Dr. Pekar? There are no further questions. Doctor, thank you for making yourself available. And if our next witnesses are ready to go, Dr. Pekar.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you. Take care.
Our next are going to be a 2-for-1. We have a little extra time and we can extend if necessary, but I think that at a minimum, they have to be off. We have them scheduled to go beginning at 4:50, ending at 4:30, so we're well ahead of schedule. If we can get them on, we'll go ahead and get started.
Who are the two for person one?
We're going to have 2 individuals. One is Dr. Javier Muniz. I hope I'm saying his name correctly. There he is. And then Dr. Walter Dunn. All right, we're ready. I'll go ahead and read introductions and we'll get going. We're going to be hearing testimony together and questions answered jointly from Dr. Javier Muniz, who is the Supervisory General Health Scientist for Controlled Substances at the United States Federal Drug Administration. Dr. Muniz has held several respectable positions in the United States government and U.S. military as a psychiatrist. He has provided services for United States Air Force for over 6 years. In this capacity, he specialized in diagnosing and treating mental illness such as depression, anxiety disorders, substance use disorders, and schizophrenia. Dr. Muniz also served in the U.S. Army as the Chief of Psychiatry at Fort Meade and as the Chief Officer for the Commission Corps of the U.S. Public Health Service. He currently works for the Food and Drug Administration as the Supervisory General Health Scientist for the Controlled Substances Initiative. Prior to this, Dr. Muniz held clinical review officer positions and was the Deputy Director for the Division of Psychiatry Products and Associate Director for Therapeutic Review at the FDA. While at the FDA, Dr. Muniz has presented on psychotherapy and psychedelic drug development. He's joined by Dr. Walter Dunn, both an MD and PhD, who is a health sciences assistant clinical professor at the Department of Psychiatry at UCLA and a staff psychiatrist for the Veterans Administration, Greater Los Angeles Healthcare System. His clinical activities include treating patients in psychosis, post-traumatic stress disorder, and mood disorders. He is the director of the Neuromodulation Clinic at the Veterans Administration, Greater Los Angeles Healthcare System, and co-director of the Trauma Recovery Services Clinic, which treats PTSD. In addition to his work with the VA, he serves as the psychiatrist for the UCLA Operation MEND program, MEND with a D, which provides treatment for returning veterans and their families. His research interests include developing novel treatments for psychiatric illnesses. He has advised the FDA on psychiatric drugs and supports efforts to increase research to understand the benefits and potential risks of utilizing psychedelics to treat mental disorders. Dr. Dunn graduated from University of California at Berkeley with a degree in molecular biology and received his PhD in biochemistry from UC Berkeley. He attended UC Davis School of Medicine and completed his psychiatry residency at UCLA Smell Institute. After residency, he completed a 2-year MIRECC research fellowship before becoming a full-time staff psychiatrist and faculty member. I'd like to welcome Dr. Muniz and Dr. Dunn, and thank you, gentlemen, for taking time to appear before the Kentucky Opioid Abatement Advisory Commission. Dr. Muniz, we will start with you, sir.
Thank you, sir. I want to thank everyone in the commission here for having me this afternoon. I'm here to generally discuss how the FDA assesses new drug applications, but before I do that, I want to situate our work in the FDA's overdose prevention framework, which we launched in August of 2022. This is our vision to undertake impactful creative actions to prevent drug overdoses and reduce deaths. And this is in alignment with the Department of Health and Human Services overdose prevention strategy. And we have identified 4 overdose prevention priorities under our framework. And these 4 priorities are the following: supporting primary prevention by eliminating unnecessary initial prescription drug exposure and inappropriate prolonged prescribing. And number 2, encouraging harm reduction through innovation and education. Number 3, advancing development of evidence-based treatments for substance use disorders. And number 4 is protecting the public from unapproved, diverted, or counterfeit drugs presenting overdose risks. And you can see that these are very relevant here. These priorities built upon existing initiatives and incorporate a greater focus on our evolving overdose crisis. And our framework is guided by the same 4 cross-cutting principles of the HHS overdose prevention strategy, which are equity, data and evidence, coordination, collaboration, integration, and reducing stigma. Psychedelic drug development is held to the same standard as every other drug development program. In addition, psychedelics fall under the overdose prevention framework, which is our singular framework to think about all substances that may have abuse potential. I want to give as I was saying, a very high level review of how the FDA oversees and assesses new drug applications to determine whether or not they should be approved for marketing. And I think Dr. Dowling spoke a little bit to this, but I want to say that when reviewing new drug applications, the FDA has to consider the treatment indication, what available treatment options exist, and the evidence for both the effectiveness and the safety of the proposed new drug. And if the drug is assessed to be effective, and only then, if it's effective, then we focus on the safety. And if the safety concerns can be adequately managed, then the favorable benefit risk balance supports a marketing approval. As I was thinking about discussing this with you today, I started thinking about a medication that's been around for psychiatry for quite a while. And it has nothing to do with the opioid crisis, and it has nothing to do with psychedelics. And the name of that medication, and I think Dr. Dunn is also going to speak about that, is clozapine. So clozapine is an antipsychotic drug that was developed many decades ago, and at some point, it was withdrawn from the global market because of the risk of potentially fatal granulocytosis, which means that we lose specific white cells that fight infections, so you will be potentially killed by an opportunistic infection. That was before approval in the United States. That was estimated to happen in 1 to 2% of treated patients. However, when clozapine was approved in the United States in the late 1980s, I believe it was 89, and maybe came to market early in 1990, it became available for marketing only as part of a special surveillance program. Due to very close monitoring and the lessons that we learned in that program, the current risk for granulocytosis and I'm not talking about fatal cases here, it's estimated to be around 0.4%. So more than 30 years after the approval in the United States, I want to tell you that this is still the best antipsychotic in our armamentarium against some forms of severe mental illness. I just wanted to give you that perspective. So when you look at this drug, it has not only this risk, this is a medication that can lead to substantial weight gain, it has risk of seizures, has all kinds of different things. And yet we have to prove it in that context of, well, we don't have anything else. And it seems to be the best antipsychotic there is out there. And that's why it got approved back then. So when it comes to regulatory action, we operate under our existing regulatory framework, which is based on federal law. And I want to tell you that the FDA does not operate in isolation. We've been an active participant, especially in the case of psychedelics here. We've been in discussions with NIMH and other federal agencies, with professional associations, with academia, other international regulators, and members of the pharmaceutical industry. But I also want to say that before we take regulatory actions, particularly for highly innovative or potentially controversial regulatory actions, right? We usually have an open public discussion, which is well known out there, and the name of this are advisory committees, which Walter Dunn has participated in some of them. I want to address Dr. Hackney's earlier comments about what the FDA would or would not do in regards to a potential drug approval for Ibogaine. I want to say that there is an exhaustive review process and careful evaluation of the benefits and risks, and that the conclusions will be most likely publicly discussed, and the recommendations for of an independent advisory committee will be highly considered. And I have to tell you this without data in hand, me, working at the FDA as a relatively senior official, I have absolutely no idea what we would recommend for any particular drug. And that is true for Ibogaine as well. So without those data in hand, I really cannot tell you what to do. So I don't know how we can say that what we would do or we wouldn't do. I also want to bring to your attention expedited processes. I also heard that, oh, you know, if we go this route, we'll be a decade out before we see anything. And I want to talk to you about what we call these expedited programs, and there are a few versions of this. And the FDA has granted breakthrough designation, which is, and here we're looking for drugs to treat serious conditions to fill an unmet medical need. And we're trying to expedite the development and review of drugs which may demonstrate a substantial improvement over available therapies. And I have 3 cases for you. My team was actually responsible for recommending, I think, all 3 of these. And it's MDMA for the treatment of PTSD in 2017, and psilocybin for treatment-resistant depression in 2018, and for depression in 2019. I also want to bring to your attention, and I think it has been mentioned here, that we have an FDA draft guidance that we just published on the development of psychedelics. That was in June of 2023, and it was under a period of public comments, and we are currently considering those comments. And this guidance includes psychiatric and substance use disorders. I specifically want to address a concern that I heard Dr. Freeman earlier. I know this has been brought up multiple times. Dr. Freeman, you have mentioned that Ibogaine is not specifically discussed in this guidance, and I'm going to quote from this guidance document, which is, again, currently in draft form. And I quote, "The term psychedelic is used as shorthand to include classic psychedelics, typically understood to be 5-HT-serotonin 2 agonists, such as psilocybin and lysergic acid, which is LSD, right? And as well as entactogens or pathogens such as MDMA. The reason I'm bringing this up is this list is not meant to be exhaustive. These names are given as examples during the introduction to the guidance. The content of the guidance itself was written for the development of psychedelics and entactogens in general. So being that Ibogaine is a serotonin 2 agonist, it would definitely be included in the scope of this guidance. In addition to that guidance, I want to bring to you the FDA guidance on opioid use disorders. The finalized version of that was published in October of 2020. So that's what I have for you in general. I just wanted to have that overall discussion, and I will then go to Dr. Dunn.
Dr. Dunn, before you begin, I neglected to mention in my introduction of you biographically that you are a member of the FDA's Advisory Committee for Psychopharmacology. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Please proceed.
All right, thank you. Well, first of all, I want to thank Dr. Munoz for those comments, and then thank you to the committee for the opportunity to participate in today's discussion, and for the previous speakers. I really appreciated the insightful comments and thoughts and experiences that you shared with us today. I think not only this is an important conversation, but this is a really great learning opportunity. So I'd like to start by saying that my opinions and perspectives today are informed by my experience as a clinician, where I have the privilege of caring for patients, most notably our nation's veterans, and also by my work as a researcher, which has spanned basic science bench work all the way to phase 3 clinical trials that involve human populations. And as was mentioned earlier, I also bring perspectives from my experience serving on the FDA's Advisory Committee for Psychiatric Drugs, which I've been doing for the past 7 years. These advisory committees are experts from across the country and even international participants who bring expertise outside the FDA to comment and advise the FDA on safety and efficacy of new treatments which are being evaluated for potential approval. Sometimes you'll hear on news articles citing that the FDA voted on the approval or disapproval of a certain drug. It's actually these advisory committees which are voting. So I like to transition my comments to highlighting this phrase, safety and efficacy. So this has actually been mentioned multiple times during the course of the presentation and today's conversations, as they invariably go hand in hand when considering treatments in medicine. I think this is probably obvious to most folks, but I think it's worth restating that there are no free lunches in medicine, right? I teach this to my residents and medical students, that there's always risk in the treatments that we provide. If it can help you, if it has the potential to help you, it can hurt you. And in fact, as it was highlighted by Dr. Munoz, some of our most effective treatments carry the biggest risks for harm. As you mentioned, clozapine, a very old antipsychotic, has a pretty safe, hefty side effect profile, but is by far continues to be the most effective treatment we have for serious mental illness such as schizophrenia. So as clinicians and researchers, it is our responsibility to determine under what context and conditions we can deliver our treatment to maximize the efficacy and to optimize the safety profile. And this is also the charge of regulatory agencies such as the FDA. So I want to just make 3 fairly basic comments related to today's conversation. So this idea of context and conditions under which to deliver a treatment, right? This cannot be overlooked. This has been, I think, tangentially referred to in the course of the conversation. But this is what we do in medicine, right? Determining to whom, which patient populations can benefit, to which patient populations we should possibly avoid certain treatments because of risk, and under what conditions can we maximize the safety. So a very simple version of this is actually the drug label, the package insert that comes with every FDA-approved drug, which gives instructions or recommendations to prescribers and practitioners how to best use a drug to optimize its efficacy and safety, right? This can be as simple as specifying dosages in which to use a drug, right? This is the minimal effective dose. This is the maximum effective dose in which it's been tested. Go above that dose at your own peril, right? More specific recommendations or modifications could be if you have a patient with liver or kidney disease, which may affect metabolism of the drug, how should you adjust the dosage of medication so that you can avoid potential bad outcomes? So this is something we practice in medicine all the time. This is the job of the FDA to guide our practitioners in which to how to best safely use drugs. And so this has been also mentioned a couple of times before, but I wanted to spend some time talking about this REMS program, which stands for Risk Evaluation Mitigation Strategy. So this is a program run by the FDA in which certain drugs that have a significant risk profile, an outline is given in terms of what needs to be done to minimize the risks and to maximize good outcomes. And as was mentioned, clozapine, as an example, has a REMS associated with it where patients are required to get regular blood draw. If you do not get the blood draw and those results are not available, the pharmacy will, in fact, not release the medication to you. So this is a hard stop to ensure that cases of agranulocytosis are caught early, and that medication is not continued to be given to a patient where their white blood cell counts are dangerously low and place them at risk for a lethal infection. More recently, within the last, I think, 5 or 6 years, while I've been on the FDA advisory committee, we have approved 2 drugs that have REMS programs attached to them, right? So most recently in 2019 was esketamine, where this drug is not allowed to be prescribed to patients to take home. This has to be done in a healthcare setting, monitored by healthcare professionals, and they have to be monitored for 2 hours after the administration of the drug to ensure that there's no adverse cardiovascular events and that cognitively that they're back to baseline before they can be released home, as it actually causes some type of dissociation. Even before that, I believe in 2017, brexanolone was a drug approved for postpartum depression. This is a drug stated by the REMS that it has to be administered in a healthcare setting, and this involves a 60-hour infusion, right? So potentially being admitted to the hospital, receiving an infusion for 60 hours, being monitored by healthcare professionals. Yes, this requires a lot of safety and a lot of medical expertise, and it's not cheap to do. But postpartum depression can be a life-threatening condition both for the mother and the baby, and so the risks of the drug are sedation or loss of consciousness, but in the right context, the right patient profile, the benefits potentially outweigh the risks. So there are precedents set where you have these extensive safety parameters to ensure the drug is administered safely. So Dr. Hagley's or the first presenter's comments about Ibogaine having to be done in a highly monitored setting, there's precedent for this, right? We have experience doing this, and possibly this will not be the very first line treatment that you give patients, but there will be a slice of the patient population that do not respond to your current treatments will potentially benefit from this highly intensive intervention. And finally, this idea of a multimodal, multi-pronged strategy. So really, it's just about having a diversified portfolio. We recognize that current treatments are very effective and that potentially more resources can be spent to maximize access and improve patient engagement for those treatments. But we also need to recognize that we need to invest in emerging therapeutics and lay the groundwork to explore treatments with novel mechanisms of action, right? Even though we recognize that some of these investments will not yield immediate clinical application the next year, but maybe 2 to 5 years down the line, right? We owe it to future patients to do better. We can't be stuck with our current treatments. And the rationale behind this is that we know all our psychiatric disorders, as we currently understand them, are heterogeneous in etiology, presentation, and response to treatment. And that's a very fancy way of saying, look, there's a lot of causes, presentations to depression, to schizophrenia, to opioid use disorder, right? And because there's so many different mechanisms at play, certainly not possible that 1 or 2 treatments can treat your entire population. So as a clinician, having as many tools in the toolbox as possible so that we have a variety of options to treat patients when they fail our first, second, third line patients, right? And not only are we talking about, the individual complexities of physiology or genetics, it really is about the illness also interacting with the environment. So there's so many different factors going into how a patient presents with their illness, how they will or will not respond to a medication. We simply need more options in terms of different treatments. And the other thing is that these need to be treatments with different mechanisms of action, right? We can't have, slight versions of A, B, and C. We really need novel treatments. And something like Ibogaine or the psychedelics really holds the promise for offering this variety of treatment possibilities. And so finally, I'd like to just end, I'm not an employee of the FDA. I serve in the advisory committee, so I've had the privilege and pleasure of working with their folks. And while I cannot speak for them, I can say I've been very impressed with their open-mindedness in which they've demonstrated considering new treatments. After years of, countless Me Too drugs with minimal advances in patient outcomes, the entire field, both regulatory and scientific and clinical, recognize the limitations of existing treatments and thus the need to explore outside the box. So I'll end my comments here and happy to take any questions along with Dr. Munoz.
Ms. Purdy.
Hi, I had a question about, you mentioned the fact that we hear all this narrative about it. We're all looking at getting information, and we've been diligent about this for the last few months. So my question is, at this stage, if something like this comes to the table and is brought to the atmosphere or the world or the state of Kentucky, etc., how do you get the safety? We talked about the safety regulations. You mentioned getting safety regulations extended. Is that something that the FDA would look at? How do you do the studies to reflect that sort of thing? Or does that just come out as a result of the work and studies that have been done before you present to the FDA? I know it's a long process. I know there are various steps. But when you mention things like that, is that something that's easy to do? It seems to be a very complicated or complex process just to get to where we're trying to do in the next 1 to 5 years. Just me being, based on some of the testimony. Where do you see safety regulations being extended? And also, what would be the easiest indication to get once you get all of this information?
Okay, Dr. Dunn, ma'am, if let me see if I understand your question correctly. You are interested in trying to find out what kind of studies, how do we get the safety data so we can move to bigger studies and a potential approval. Is that correct?
Right, because the biggest issue, as we know, is cardiac and maybe some other things. So
right. So I'll speak very generally about the process here. And so we normally get informed, I'm talking about drugs in general, right? Not in the case of Ibogaine, I'm just talking about general drug development. We usually are informed of the potential risks before exposing humans by preclinical or non-clinical studies, which are routinely conducted in animals. And there are specific animals and specific things that we're looking for. And even without the use of animals, for example, there's like in vitro studies that we do before we expose humans. Before we expose humans, we have a certain knowledge of what to expect. And we start with phase 1 studies. And the first version of the phase 1 studies is done in healthy controls, usually. And we have single dose ascending. And we normally start with a 10-fold margin of safety. So for example, if the first observable potential adverse events that happen in the most sensitive animal was, let's say, 100 milligrams for whatever drug, we would start at 10. And we would slowly go up in the dose with healthy volunteers. And that is followed usually by a multiple ascending dose study, again, in healthy volunteers. And every cohort of any given dose go through the exposure and an assessment of what happened to them. So that's how we get the early knowledge for safety. Then we move into phase 2 studies. Phase 2 studies usually are proof of concept studies, and they usually have a scientific question attached to it, and we're trying to answer. In the case of this drug, for example, we could say, well, does it help with, let's say, opioid use disorder? Right. So there's a smaller study that is conducted in patients, in actual patients, and that study gets again analyzed, taking into account both efficacy and safety, and then it's determined whether or not it is appropriate to conduct additional phase 2 studies. And at some point, if everything looks right in dialogue with us, then we move to phase 3 studies. Phase 3 studies are what we call pivotal studies, and these are studies that are usually larger, and they have a statistical analysis plan that it's intended to answer the scientific question whether or not this drug is effective for a given outcome and for a specific indication. And then it also gives us a bigger context of safety. I also want to say that safety doesn't end at clinical trials. There's an extensive post-marketing process that happens with new drugs. And well into the future, there are drugs that we've approved decades ago that are still undergoing post-marketing surveillance. So there is a whole process from the very beginning, before we start human exposure, all the way through post-marketing into the future. Does that sort of give you an answer, or is that what you were looking for?
So, yeah, that's good, that's good. Thank you. I mean, I know it's not a simple process, but thanks for explaining.
Of course.
Dr. Rivers.
No questions. Thank you all very much. This has been incredibly informative and helpful. Thank you.
Mr. Cameron.
One quick question for, I guess either one of you should answer. Knowing the need, you said earlier about a need for other therapeutics and the urgency we have, and we continue to see the drug overdose deaths increase, especially since COVID. Is there any way of expediting your process, making sure you're hitting all your marks, but putting more emphasis on trying to discover other therapeutics to save lives?
I think it's exactly what the commission is doing, determining how to use the resources and the funds you have, and investing in in studies where potentially there's some high risk, right? That's really where it begins. Ultimately, the dollars are needed to do the research, and so I think funding agencies, federal funding agencies, NIMH, state agencies such as yourself, really having an open mind to try new things that may seem risky at face value, right? But understanding like this is really a long-term fight, right? This is not a sprint. This is a marathon, unfortunately, right? Unfortunately, the opiate crisis is not going to go away in the next 5 years. I think if we found something that did, that would be fantastic. But we have to be willing to lean forward and look at things that are potentially a little bit risky. And Ibogaine, for some of its medical complications, that's something where we can't shut it down just at face value because it has this QT prolongation. We can find ways to do it safer, right? And this may involve more resources to develop monitoring centers to ensure that we mitigate the risk. But I think looking at all options and being open to all those options, that would be my opinion as a researcher and a clinician, outside kind of the regulatory mechanisms. But I think Dr. Munoz, you were alluding to some of the breakthrough therapy statuses that can do an accelerated protocol for the review process.
Yes, in addition to that, and I thank you, Dr. Dunn, in addition to what I mentioned on the expedited review process, and I also want to mention that in October of 2017, President Trump officially declared the opioid crisis the public health emergency, and that has been an operating principle for HHS and this agency. And because of that, you have seen things like naloxone being available without prescription and things like that. So we are hoping to be, yes, we are a regulatory agency, and by definition, we have to be conservative, but we're also hoping to be nimble in the face of this public health emergency.
Thank you. Anything else? Dr. Freeman.
Yes, thank you. Appreciate your remarks. So this is for Dr. Munoz. So you mentioned the phase 3 pivotal clinical trials, and we've talked a lot today about the safety, but I wanted to see if you could comment a little bit on, I'm looking at, something that you published in the National Academies, psychedelic clinical trials, regulatory considerations, and really some of the challenges for establishing efficacy. So we've talked a lot about safety, but can you provide us some insights about the challenges for establishing efficacy when researching psychedelic compounds?
Oh, sure. It would be my pleasure. It's been one of my other things I've been thinking about for a very long time, and I do think a lot about it. It has been, the hypothesis here is that perhaps one or two, and this is on psychedelics in general, right? One exposures to a psychedelic treatment can have immediate or very quick actions over a potentially prolonged period of time. We're talking about, for example, a rapid relief of depression followed by, let's say, a month, 3 months of no depressive or significant amelioration of those symptoms. So that's the hypothesis. But these medications are not like other medications in some regards. And let me give you an example. The backbone, for example, of our whole drug approval process is randomized, placebo-controlled, double-blinded trials, right? And in the case of psychedelics, because of the obvious experiences that people have, it is extremely difficult to do the blind. So, for example, if somebody goes through an experience and happens to, I don't know, meet God, just to give you an example, well, that person could probably deduce that they were not in the placebo arm, right? And someone observing that can also probably deduce that. So one of the things I've been thinking about, and we've been thinking as an agency, is how exactly can we minimize the biases that some of these studies could have? And we have, that's part of the guidance document that I referred to earlier today, we have a couple of mitigating strategies to minimize the impact that unblinding could have. We're still going to try to do the adequate double blinding, but we know that we are limited in what we can do with that. So therefore, the need for other strategies. Another issue that is significant here is the use of psychotherapy. And the use of psychotherapy in normal psychiatric drug development is not something that we are concerned about. When you start a treatment, if you were on psychotherapy, you continue psychotherapy. And if you were not, then you are not allowed to start psychotherapy. That's within the study. In the case of psychedelics, psychotherapy is very much present, and it's an important feature. But when it comes to psychedelics, and this is, I think, particularly unique to psychedelics, the psychotherapy component of this is not just an efficacy part of it. It can also be a part of the safety, because some of the experiences can be pretty frightening for some individuals if they're not prepared, and even if they are prepared. So I think it's an important part of the safety and efficacy of psychedelics in general. Does that sort of answer your question?
Yeah, just one follow-up quickly. So, I mean, it seems to me that those challenges then in terms of designing your protocol and designing your statistical analysis plan would really be challenging, and perhaps, compared to other drugs, take a little bit longer to actually get that process through.
Well, what do you mean? And I'm not exactly sure how. So for example, in the conduct of a study, like the time will be, so for example, we have an endpoint, let's say in the case of depression, let's say 4 weeks, or let's say 3 months, right? So it's the same that we would do, for example, a traditional drug, right? So we measure the endpoint at some.
Yeah, I'm speaking from a regulatory standpoint, like in terms of getting the IND approved.
Oh, I see what you mean. So are you're asking if the IND for a psychedelic will take longer to review than a non-psychedelic?
To prepare and then review and get approved.
Yeah, I don't think there's
Some of these challenges that you've laid out related to assessing efficacy.
I don't think there's any difference in the time that it would take us to review something like that.
Okay, thank you.
I also may add, like if this was the very first psychedelic that we had seen, maybe it would lead us to have to think thoroughly about this. But I think what's happened in the last several years in the explosion of the interest in psychedelics, we've been thinking about this. Again, this is why there's a guidance document there reflecting our current thinking. So I don't think it would add any significant time to our review process, if that's what you're asking.
Anything else, Dr. Freeman?
No, I'm done. Thank you.
Ms. Butcher,
No questions, thank you.
Secretary Freelander.
Just a couple. And thank you for being here today. When you all review, when the FDA reviews drugs for approval, do you take into consideration what might be a disruption to the existing pharmacy system? In other words, there's been a lot of discussion about that perhaps you all don't approve psychedelics because of what might happen to Suboxone or naloxone. Do you ever take that into consideration? Would that slow your approval?
Sir, I think when we are approving medications, I think the mission here is to give our patients, the American public, the options, the best options that they can have. So in general, for me, more options means patients are at better odds of finding the exact medication that they need, be it Suboxone, be it something else. So I think the mission here is to give patients options and not necessarily what is going to happen about any existing drug out there. Or I hope that answered your question.
I believe so. Thank you. You also have already approved studies around, I think I saw MDMA, ketamine, and psilocybin. Is that correct?
We've allowed those studies to proceed, if that's what you're.
Yeah, that was my question.
Right.
And have those come to market? Have some of those are getting ready to come to market or have come to market?
Well, sir, that's a great question. Unfortunately, I can't really speak about private. These are proprietary information that we are not allowed to discuss. I'm pretty sure that if you Google MAPS and in their phase 3 studies, I'm sure that you can publicly find where they are and in terms of completion and what their plan is, but I can't really speak about that from my perspective. But this is publicly available information that you can certainly find in Google.
Yeah, so just really quickly, right? None of them have been approved, with the exception of S-ketamine. So psilocybin, MDMA, all still in the clinical development process. So none of it's approved for clinical use yet. But as Dr. Munez mentioned, some of them are a little bit closer than others. Possibly something next year if everything goes according to plan.
That's exciting. Thank you. Another question is, again, just take off the labels for everything. Would an approval process be slower for a drug that has a safety protocol that looks like an Ibogaine, that looks like that the sodium channel and the blockers? We heard all about that, so I'm really being a parrot now, and I apologize. Would that be a slower approval process?
And Walter, may I take this?
Yeah, that's all you.
Sure. So I don't think so. And let me explain myself here. So as we're developing, as drugs are emerging, right, we have no idea how the safety is going to look. So retrospectively, we can always say, here, at least we know something that we're dealing with, right? In the case of the risk of prolonging the QT interval. So what would happen in something like this, and I'm going to, again, speak generally, let's say we have a drug with a known QT prolongation problem. So this is what would happen. So when we do our phase 2 studies, we would be very selective about that population that we're allowing to go into the phase 2 trial. Meaning, so if you have a condition that predisposes you to have prolonged QT, for example, a low level of potassium or a low or for example, there are some genetic conditions in the heart that could make you more prone to have that. So we would exclude that population from the initial phase 2 studies where we're doing the proof of concept. As we advance in our studies and we start approaching bigger populations, there is for example, in the case of this, and I think somebody was talking about the thorough QT studies, right? So there is a whole process in which every new drug, not just this one, will go through a thorough QT study. And what that thorough QT study is that it gives us, not whether or not the drug is going to be approved or not approved, it just gives us a better insight into how to properly monitor the patients that are going through the studies that are at risk. So in the initial part of the development program, we may exclude some patients to protect them from these potential risks. And as the programs get more advanced and we learn more about them, then we might, in addition to that, we'll implement closer monitoring. So in summary, I don't think it would slow anything down. This is something that we do routinely for any given drug. The answer is no. I don't think it will take longer. Does that help?
That's helpful and interesting. Thank you.
Representative Bentley, you are joining us here toward the end, sir. Do you have any questions? You would have 5 minutes.
I had to unmute. I have some questions. It's not every day that a boy from Eastern Kentucky gets to talk to someone from the FDA. I mean, you know, all I know up here is raising the garden and mining coal. But I'm so privileged to hear you guys speak and have you here as our guest. But I do have a few questions. First of all, who invited you to speak today?
So Mr. Brett Waters extended the invitation for myself.
And the other doctor?
We'll tell you in a minute.
I always like to know who invites people to the Sunday afternoon fried chicken we have up here. Well, that's okay. I got another question.
Yes, sir.
What percentage of scientific studies on drugs today are valid? How many are good? How many are bad? And how many are neutral?
When you say like good and bad, do you mean have positive results or good quality?
No, they're valid. Valid.
Oh, okay. Okay, we trust them and that they've undergone the peer-reviewed process, and we trust the results, whether they're positive or negative.
So could you break that into fractions or percentages? Is there any bad ones on the market?
Scientific studies?
Yeah, on drugs, yeah.
I couldn't tell you any numbers, but I think it depends, right? So if you're going to the peer-reviewed journals, some of them have a kind of higher bar to be published, and it undergoes a more stringent review process. Unfortunately, there are pay to publish review journals out there that you can get published, and it goes through a minimal review process. So at least for myself, when I'm looking at the literature, I'm looking at reputable journals. I'm looking at impact factor, and you just know which journals tend to publish reliable studies, and then the other ones where there's very low impact factor or it's kind of a pay to publish type of model, probably taking those with a grain of salt. But I couldn't tell you exactly what the percentages were. I don't know, Dr. Munoz, I don't know if you have any insights into that.
Well, so the answer to your first question, Representative, is Brian Hubbard, who might like to speak today. And number two, the second part of your question. So for us, we don't rely on published information and journals and so on for conducting our assessments. In general, the studies they're considered pivotal, right? The studies that we use for determination of whether or not we recommend a drug for approval or not, our studies are proprietary. They usually involve significant number of people, and they have a very rigorous statistical analysis plan and so on and so on. Many of these studies.
Let
that
me
have been
interrupt you
published-
since y'all can't give me percentages on that. Let me ask you another question. If Ibogaine goes through the process theoretically, as everybody would like it for, would it have a black box warning?
So, that is very difficult for me to say at this point, because again, we don't have data in hand, right? I'm not here to advocate for or against, I was just trying to give you a.
Well, I knew you were from the FDA and I didn't know who else to ask, so I thought I'd ask you. You know, when you got a QT elongation, does that mean it has drug interactions too?
Potentially could, yes, sir.
Like erythromycin or something like that?
So, sir, it is usually when we approve a drug, we usually accompany it with a label. And the label gives detailed prescribing information to both prescribers and to patients. And usually any known risk or things that we find during the studies is included in there. People often have the misconception that a black box or a box warning is the correct term, is the strongest thing that we could do against a drug. Actually, it is not. It's just something that we want to highlight for prescribing physicians. The strongest thing that we could put in a label.
If you were the manufacturer, would you want a black box warning on your medication?
Well, I don't think it's relevant here. I would think that a contraindication.
Let me go on to my next question then. Would you give an NDA or investigational drug?
IND, sir.
To aspirin today?
To what?
For aspirin today?
So let's say if aspirin, we didn't know it existed.
Yeah, if you had never heard of aspirin, would you give an NDA to aspirin today?
So if a scientist that came to us and said, hey, we want to study this compound that turns out to be aspirin, and we've never heard of aspirin before, we would, yes.
Okay. Do you think it would be approved?
Representative Bentley, this is the end of your time.
I have one more question, please.
I'm gonna let him answer your question.
I have one more question, please.
Go ahead.
Okay. In 1967, I mean, we're alive then, there were several thousand doses of a product called LSD distributed, and it was bought from Baker Chemical. And that place that it was distributed was called Monterey. Anybody remember that? How many years has it taken LSD to be a psychedelic to be used for antipsychotics? I'm done. I'm done.
Either one of y'all want to respond to Representative Bentley's question?
Maybe that was a rhetorical question.
Most people weren't born then. I was.
I'm going to ask a couple, but before I do, I want to go ahead and head off ambitious conspiratorial minds. Brett Waters is the executive director of Reason for Hope, which is a nonprofit entity that is dedicated to lobbying for and providing education related to potential breakthrough therapies that absolutely are within the broadly articulated universe of psychedelic therapeutics. I think Mr. Waters is here and is happy to supply a full and complete financial disclosure of those that are associated with his organization. You're not going to find one pharmaceutical company or anybody in this area who is going to be a contributor to that. Mr. Waters is somebody that I met within the description of those events that began this exercise and this hearing. Mr. Waters, because he is an accomplished and intelligent individual, knows other accomplished and intelligent individuals. He identified Dr. Muniz, he identified Dr. Dunn, and I issued a formal invitation to Dr. Muniz as part of this process and in preparation for it, just as others have issued invitations to their colleagues. And Dr. Muniz has brought along Dr. Dunn. And that is the flat and simple fact of it before we walk out of this room and see another series of hit pieces that suggest some nefarious relationship that does not exist. And so with that, Dr. Dunn, you made a couple of observations that caught my attention. Number one is you mentioned FDA's openness to those things that demonstrate a novel mechanism of action. Would you elaborate on that just a little bit?
Absolutely. I mean, I think this conversation about psychedelics, right? We talk about MDMA for PTSD, psilocybin for treatment of depression. I think if you had approached the FDA or mentioned this to clinicians, 20 years ago, I think they would have laughed you out of the room, right? These were outlawed by, the psilocybin was outlawed in the Drug Act of 1970 and MDMA later on. And these are, colloquially known as party drugs, right? Drugs that for recreational use, potential recreational use in college settings and in parties. And yet these organizations have been able to find how to use them in a therapeutic manner, right? And these are very different from, our current armamentarium of psychiatric treatment. And not only do they work differently, the context in which they're used is very, very different. So as Dr. Munoz alluded to, this is done in conjunction with a very prescribed and regulated structured form of psychotherapy. And that's actually something that the FDA has never really encountered before in terms of approving a drug or evaluating the efficacy of a drug. And so on multiple fronts, the FDA has been open-minded about considering, really novel treatments. And really, this is, I think, driven by just the clinical need, right? We know what we have available does not treat everybody. We know people are still dying of depression. We know that people are still dying of schizophrenia, substance use disorders. And, the pressure is on to find, better treatments, safer treatments, more effective treatments. And so that's really the perspective I've seen, and really in the last couple of years as well. So I talked about, this long period of time, I think from the advent of Prozac back in the 1980s until recently, these were all Me Too drugs. These were all similar versions of what we call kind of a monoamine-based drug. And then within the last, 5-7 years, drugs that really operate through a novel mechanism of action, right? Esketamine, brexanolone. I think we're, coming to another golden age of mental health treatment in psychiatry. So it's really exciting. But this would not be possible without the FDA being open-minded to look at the data, right? To really objectively look at the data and help the field along.
When you talk about countless Me Too drugs with minimal advances, does that apply within the universe of treatments available for opioid use disorder?
I'm not actually, I'm not an addiction expert. There've actually been some very good advances there. I would say more so in the kind of antipsychotic realm and the antidepressant realm, right? I think, there are actually not that many treatments for opioid use disorder, right? There's a handful, but there's not like, 7 to 10, similar drugs on the market as we do have for depression. But my understanding is, so yeah, in conversations with my colleagues in the addiction field, there's never a complaint that we just have too many of the same drug.
Thank you. Last question, and this can go to either of you. If an individual makes the flat-out declaration that Ibogaine will not be approved by the FDA, is that accurate?
So I will take that. I have no idea, sir, to be perfectly transparent, unless I have those data in hand. When we go through the whole process, I have no idea. I cannot say yes, I cannot say no.
Thank you. Does any other commission member have any further questions?
I have one follow-up question.
Dr. Freeman.
If you please, thank you so much. So this is for Dr. Munoz. So we heard earlier data that showed Ibogaine prolonged the QT interval by 95 milliseconds. That was published in Addiction last year in 2022, looks like. And the threshold level of regulatory concern is 5 milliseconds. Is that an accurate, from the FDA guidance, is that an accurate statement?
So there is an existing guidance for thorough QT studies in which all these things are defined. There's a lot more detail than just a number for QT prolongation. There are different ways of calculating and so on. I would advise people to go to the guidance for that.
So if it is accurate that this study published in Addiction showed that a 95 millisecond prolongation of the QT interval, are there any drugs on the market today that prolong the QT interval to that extent that are approved by the FDA?
I do not know, but I do know that there are many drugs in the market that are approved with prolonged QT, with the risk of prolonging QT. And again, it comes to how do we manage those risks and what the indication is. If you're asking me, for example, let's pick a mundane thing. You know, if we're talking about indigestion, you know, would you take a drug that would prolong your QT? Well, I'm not sure I would, right? But if the indication is something that potentially could save my life, let's say cure a specific type of cancer, and it has that risk, maybe I, as a patient, and maybe my prescribing physician, we can make that informed decision of whether or not we want to take that risk, right? So remember, like, just because a drug is approved in the market doesn't mean anybody is supposed to use it. We have a whole system in which a physician, in conjunction with the patient, make an informed decision of what they are willing to do to treat that specific condition. Does that make sense?
Yeah, I'm just curious if, in your professional opinion, if you think a 95 millisecond prolongation of the QT interval is problematic for drug development.
Well, I think that it's unequivocal that we know for a fact that Ibogaine prolongs the QT, and this is something that will be incorporated if studies were happening, will be incorporated into our population, into monitoring. We would involve our colleagues from cardiology and so on and so on. So this is something that we will be paying very close attention. And at the end of the day, we have to look at the benefits, right? So that's the key question here. What is the efficacy? What are we talking about? Is it transforming? Is it not transforming? Is it something similar to what is existing? What is the condition, right? So once we know those benefits, then we think about those risks and say, okay, are these risks worth it? And if those risks are significant and it's still worth it, what can we do to reduce those risks, to mitigate those risks so that negative outcomes are minimized? That's how we would think through this. That's the whole concept that we were talking about, the benefit risk assessment.
Anything else from any commission member?
Yes.
Representative Bentley.
At what point will they know the LD50? That's FDA I'm talking to. At what point in time will they know the LD50 of Ibogaine?
Well, sir, I'm pretty sure that our non-clinical colleagues, your toxicologists here, that would know that for a fact. So whenever they do animal studies, that's something that is assessed. That's one of the very early things that are assessed for any new drug.
So it'd be in phase 2 then?
No, this is before we get to humans.
Thank you. I'm just from Eastern Kentucky. I don't know these questions, but I ask. Sorry.
It's okay, sir. I appreciate your question. I'm just a psychiatrist, and unfortunately, I cannot tell you the specifics of this. If we had, for example, a non-clinical colleague here with me.
Thank you.
Any other questions? Dr. Muniz, Dr. Dunn, thank you, gentlemen, very much for your time and giving us your expertise out of your busy schedule. It's been an honor to speak with y'all here this afternoon. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Oh, thank you. Thanks for having us in part of the conversation.
This brings us to our last witness. Scott, if you will admit him, we'll hit it and get it. Ben Lightburn is an entrepreneur and leader specializing in the research, development, and commercialization of novel extraction technologies. He co-founded Filament Health to help bring safe, natural psychedelic medicines into the hands of those who need it most. Through Filament Health, Ben helps to facilitate the use of naturally derived psychedelic medicines to treat people suffering from mental health conditions worldwide. Mr. Lightburn, thank you very much for being with us this afternoon, and you have 10 minutes for an opening statement.
Thank you. The pleasure is mine. And of course, it's a real pleasure to be able to speak to you today. Hopefully I'll be able to shed some light from a drug developer's perspective as a company focused on developing natural psychedelic medicines for a variety of health indications, including substance use disorders. Filament Health, myself, we're based in Vancouver, British Columbia, Canada, where we also are in the midst of a serious drug toxicity crisis. The recent statistics show that here in BC, we're up to 440 deaths per 100,000 inhabitants, almost up to the level of where you are in Kentucky at 550 deaths per 100,000 inhabitants. Here in BC, unregulated drug toxicity is now the leading cause of death for all citizens aged 10 to 59, accounting for more deaths than homicides, suicides, accidents, and natural diseases combined. So it's in that context that I come to you today. Company was founded by myself and a few colleagues after spending several decades in the area of botanical extraction, producing high value products from a number of different plant sources and selling those different ingredients into different industries, including, of course, the pharmaceutical industry. We saw a real opportunity to build a company in psychedelics because there didn't seem to be anybody really focused on natural manufacturing techniques, even though many psychedelic drugs are derived from natural sources. We now have a facility here in Vancouver, BC, Canada. We're fully GMP certified for the manufacture of natural drug candidates. We produce over 2,500 high doses of psilocybin per month. Our focus as a company is, in fact, to develop natural psychedelic drugs for the treatment of substance use disorders. And in support of those efforts, we in fact have a phase 2 clinical study that has recently been approved here in Canada by Health Canada. And we have a phase 2 study looking at psilocybin for methamphetamine use disorder, one of the subtypes of stimulant use disorder that was recently approved by FDA in the United States. So we have a fair amount of experience, at least in the setting up of clinical studies and also supplying different studies. Through our manufacturing capabilities, we're fortunate enough to supply leading academic institutions all around the world because, as you know very well, there is a large amount of interest currently globally to conduct research into new psychedelic therapies for the treatment of various conditions. And through these approvals, we have had drugs authorized to be administered in the United States, in Canada, in Europe, in Israel, and other jurisdictions. In addition to our supply of clinical trials and, in fact, our own clinical development in the area of substance use disorders, I wanted to touch on a program that may be quite pertinent for you to hear about. It's something called the Health Canada Special Access Program. And this is a program that exists here in Canada whereby Canadians, through their doctors, can request access to psychedelic medicines such as psilocybin and MDMA. And so for the last approximately 18 months, Health Canada, our federal regulatory body, has been approving access to psilocybin manufactured by us in this facility. And we've received approximately 150 approvals for patients with serious depression as well as end-of-life distress. Obviously, amongst the patients with serious depression, there is very frequently comorbid substance use disorders, and by our estimation, it's about 50% of those individuals being prescribed our drug have comorbid substance use disorders. But the point of all this is to say that in limited quantities, we are actually in the business of supplying psychedelic drugs out to patients in the real world. And we might add that the anecdotal feedback from this program is that it has been quite successful. We're told that roughly 80% of the patients, again, this is anecdotal evidence, not from a clinical study, but anecdotal evidence suggests that approximately 80% of the patients going through the program receive some kind of clinical benefit. We are active as well in the manufacture and hope to be soon development of Ibogaine. And in fact, our natural focus in terms of manufacturing, we believe gives us a somewhat unique insight into what needs to be done with Ibogaine. Ibogaine itself is a highly complex molecule, and it's relatively difficult to produce through chemical synthesis. And that's why it is most commonly manufactured, extracted from a natural source, either from the Iboga root or other natural sources that contain related compounds, which can then be converted into Ibogaine itself. But our approach, in fact, involves extracting it directly from the Iboga root. And in support of these efforts, we were actually the first company to receive a Nagoya Protocol compliant shipment of Iboga root from West Africa. Nagoya Protocol is a UN protocol which governs the equitable benefit sharing, informed consent, and reciprocity when it comes to the use of a cultural resource from an indigenous group somewhere in the world. And obviously, Iboga and Ibogaine is of significant cultural importance to the Bwiti people in Gabon. And we believe that by working with these people and with the West African source of this raw material to develop a sustainable supply chain, we can create a drug product which actually maintains its connection to the material, to the land, to the culture, and to the way that this substance has been used for millennia, perhaps. Other methods of manufacture, which are more typical, prevalent methods of synthesis, would, in a way, lose a lot of the connection that we feel is quite important to the actual land, the people, tradition, and actually, it's how we which would have all led to the actual discovery of Ibogaine as a potential drug. There were some comments earlier about the challenges of with a botanical drug of meeting the batch-to-batch consistency requirements. These are well-founded concerns. However, luckily, the FDA has a very well-developed guidance in this regard, which outlines very precisely what sorts of requirements need to be met. So there is an open and clear guidance, and we're happy to report that for psilocybin, these requirements have all been met, and we know that psilocybin is a highly variable raw material to work with, and we've been able to overcome the batch-to-batch consistency requirements. Similarly, with the identification of not just the primary metabolite, obviously we know that there's Ibogaine in the Iboga root, but there are many other alkaloids sitting in there as well, which may serve to help or hinder the overall therapeutic experience. As more clinical development is done, we will know more about these other metabolites and how they work in combination with each other. There was also a note about the scheduling of these substances and how that may hinder clinical development. And while it is true that developing or attempting to develop scheduled substances does make life more difficult, I will say that once you actually do have all the necessary DEA licenses in place and approvals from FDA in place, that it's not necessarily a huge impediment. And in fact, Ibogaine is not, in fact, a controlled substance in Canada and not a controlled substance in many other jurisdictions around the world. Other statements have been made about how, drug development cost is very high. And these were also met with counter arguments. Well, without actually presenting the FDA a plan, without some idea of the safety and efficacy already in hand, it's actually not known the full extent of what your development program would take. And there are many levers available for the FDA to perhaps institute breakthrough therapy designation, things of that nature, which again may help a development project be expedited through the review process. I think in closing, I would want to say there has been a lot of discussion about the risks and the benefits of Ibogaine. And really, I think it's also fair to say that these risks and these benefits are not proven. They have not been established. And really what we're trying to assess is, are the risks of FDA-approved clinical research worth the risk? And of course, this is why we have a system whereby companies engage with FDA and their institutional review boards in order to determine whether the risks of clinical development outweigh the benefits. And of course, sitting here as a psychedelic drug developer, we obviously believe in the potential benefits of future drugs, which would then require development. In closing, I would just like to thank again the opportunity to have been able to speak here. I'm looking forward to answering any questions. And obviously, we applaud the Commission on its chance here to be able to lead the nation and, in fact, perhaps the world with the development of truly new, groundbreaking therapies for substance use disorders.
Thank you, Mr. Lapper. Secretary Friedlander.
No question.
Ms. Butcher.
No, but thank you for your for testifying today.
Dr. Freeman.
No questions.
Mr. Cameron,
Thank you for testifying.
Dr. Root,
No questions, but thank you very much.
Ms. Purdy.
One question, I promise. You mentioned that you have a relationship with the other countries to extract the product, the plant. How is that, and what do you anticipate for future use and the relationship going forward? Just trying to get an idea of how that relationship is working.
Great question. So we've successfully developed a relationship with the Gabonese government, who essentially must put their stamp of approval on all legal shipments of Iboga root that leave the country. Obviously, there's a strong desire within Gabon to, combat over-harvesting, piracy of a precious natural resource, and in fact, institute ways in which to sustainably supply this raw material, right? Because it could potentially provide an industry for local people, and in fact, already does. So we've actually received multiple shipments from Gabon. The first was a few months ago. We actually manufactured a kind of prototype drug product from that raw material. So we have the beginnings of an actual drug product that could be administered in a clinical study. And we recently received a larger shipment with which to, figure out all of the ways to make a GMP quality product, which is what's required for supplying clinical trials.
Thank you.
Any further questions?
Yeah,
Representative Bentley.
don't forget me. I'm way up here on the east side. Mr. Ben, Dr. Ben, you recently had an interview with Authority Magazine. Is that correct?
Yes, that does sound familiar. And I'm not a doctor, just so
Okay.
sorry to correct you.
And you made a differentiation between coffee and tea in that interview. Would you like to explain that?
A differentiation, I think the differentiation it's an example that I sometimes use would be the difference between caffeine and coffee. Is that?
No, I think you were talking about the natural products, that people would prefer their natural product.
Correct.
And then you use the example of coffee and tea. People would prefer coffee over tea.
The example I usually make is the example that many people prefer natural products in all aspect of their life. And one example might be that they prefer to drink naturally extracted caffeine products such as coffee or tea, as opposed to consuming a synthetically manufactured caffeine tablet. That's just kind of like a quick and easy example, but I think it is fair to say that in many aspects of consumers' life, current consumers are demanding more natural products, right, as opposed to synthetic ones. You can think about food colorings, preservatives, flavorings, things of that nature. And in fact, one of the missions of our company is to bring more naturally derived drugs to market, because we believe that patients may prefer, when given the option, right, the option hasn't frequently been given in the past, but they may prefer a naturally derived drug product if offered over a synthetic variant.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
You're welcome. Thank you, Representative Bentley. Two final items. Mr. Laburn, thank you very much for being here, being present to give your testimony. We're able to dismiss you early as we prepare to wrap up our meeting, and thank you very much for your availability.
You're very welcome. Thank you.
Two final items. Oh, yes, public comments. Do we have public comments? Anybody aside from Mr. Waters?
No.
All right, 5 minutes, Mr. Waters.
Name came up, has come up in some recent articles, so I just wanted to give a chance for, I don't know if public comment maybe isn't supposed to involve a question and answer, but I'm happy to answer any questions that any of you have. I will just briefly let you know, like, who am I, what is it that we're doing here, and what is that our organization is doing. So my name is Brett Waters. I am an attorney and the co-founder of Reason for Hope and the Veteran Mental Health Leadership Coalition. I previously worked at a big law firm, Winston & Strawn in New York, doing mostly antitrust litigation, a lot of technology competitor lawsuits. Was one of the lucky ones at a big law firm that at least got to work on the plaintiff side. And so I felt like, at least that was in, the scope of that type of work. It was a pretty good gig, but I left at the end of last year to work full-time doing policy and advocacy focused on preventing deaths of despair, and primarily through advancing research and access to psychedelic therapy. And the reason that I, made that decision is because 5 years ago, I lost my mom to suicide. My first year of practice, I had lost her father, my grandfather's suicide, when I was young. And Reason for Hope is named in my mom's memory. Her name was Sherry Hope Waters. She was not an opioid addict, but she did utilize opioids to take her own life in combination with, well, I don't want to go into the details, but it's not as much a part of her story as it is for a lot of other people. So I opted not to speak at the prior hearing. We are a policy and patient advocacy organization. The Veteran Mental Health Leadership Coalition, you heard from a lot of our members at the prior hearing. We work with a lot of veterans who have gone through the program that was mentioned, Dr. Marsuli at the Mission Within in Mexico, a lot of veterans who've done Ibogaine and 5-MeO DMT. And so that is really what brought me to Ibogaine initially. You also heard from Susan Austerman at the last hearing, who lost her son. I was connected with Susan through, I had written the first bill that I wrote, space was in Pennsylvania, a bill called the Public Health Benefits of Psilocybin Act. Was connected with her through the sponsor of that bill, and learned about her son and was just, really like an inspiring thing to actually expand the scope of our nonprofit from looking mostly just at suicide prevention to really a broader look at preventing opioid overdoses and deaths of despair because of the need. And I think what I just really want to remind everybody about that was present at this hearing, but was the focal point of the last one, was, the need is undeniable. That yes, we do have things that help a lot of people, and nobody is saying that we need to get rid of them or they're horrible things, but there are plenty of people who have tried every single one of those multiple times and they just haven't worked. And it's not for lack of anybody trying. It's not a matter of bad faith. Just the fact is that there is no treatment that works for everybody, and we've heard from a lot of experts kind of saying the same thing. And the ultimate reason that we're here is to help elevate these voices that have been lost kind of along the way, that these a lot of the people have gone through Ibogaine treatment or psilocybin or other things for a long time, just didn't have a voice. There was no pharma company sponsoring those people to become a patient advocacy group and go through it. And I want to make very clear that I highly opposed to that, the way that sort of patient advocacy model has, in my opinion, really slanted policy for a very long time towards certain treatments. And so to be very clear, and Brian, I know addressed in the article that was recently written at the beginning, but to be very clear, we absolutely do not take any money from Atai, Demorex, or whatever the donor name was, who was political donor in that article, like Jeffrey Yass, no connection whatsoever. If there's any concern about that, I'm happy to answer any questions, but yeah, that's just was offensive to me reading that article, because it just could not be any further from the reality of how we got here and why we're here and what the need is. And it's almost seemingly it didn't listen to a word that anybody said who was at the first hearing, was at the second hearing. Just all of these stories of healing and of loss from people who've tried everything. And so Yeah, I mean, I'm happy to answer any questions. I wanted to, as you know, noted, I did ask Dr. Dunn, referred Dr. Muniz, and you know, to get as really balanced perspective from people in the FDA and on the FDA advisory committee that who, you know, have expertise. So you get like a very balanced perspective on, you know, the science and the way that the process works. I have worked with, you know, a lot of different states. That article may mention, yeah, I you know, was a primary drafter of the Breakthrough Therapies Act that's in Congress right now that would, you know, help to reschedule these breakthrough therapies or any treatment that's approved for expanded access. And certainly I think that Ibogaine is a strong candidate to, you know, get that potential expanded access approval once development is underway, and that is a way that patients would be able to get access sooner. And so I'm happy to, you know, kind of further discuss anything about that process. That's something I would actually even require be included for any company that's, you know, if this goes forward, that a company makes expanded access available. And so it's you know, not something that's going to take 5-10 years before people are going to be able to benefit from the state. You know, just to share a little more about our organization,
I hate to speed you up. We got about 1 minute.
Sure. So in addition to the federal bill, I've been very involved advocating with the Biden administration on creation of an interagency task force that got a lot of media last year and has kind of been silent over the last year, but we're still hopeful we'll go forward. We have been active in Connecticut, where we got about $1 million for research that's primarily going, you know, through Yale to with psilocybin, and you know, looking to help veterans and first responders. We have secured about $5 million in Illinois and for a veteran breakthrough therapies for suicide prevention program. $5 million in Arizona towards natural psilocybin. $1.2 million in Michigan, also for breakthrough therapies for suicide prevention. So we have been active, you know, helped write bills in Pennsylvania, New York, been active all over the country.
Are you willing to answer questions after adjournment?
And I am happy to answer
I
questions.
have some
I'm
things
happy
to
to answer
say now.
anything about it, all of our work.
Don't tell me no, I'm gonna have my say.
Go ahead. And then we're gonna move on because I got 2 announcements to make and we want to get adjourned. Please go ahead.
I have tried every time we come together for public hearings not to want to see this pass. I have tried. This continues to affirm to me that this is a viable treatment. It is not like the medications that are already approved by the FDA. It does not do the same thing. It does more than it treats the disease. I have prayed about it. I appreciate the work you do. I appreciate what you've done here at the last hour. I'm listening to every word you say. And I want to thank everybody who spoke today. And I'm more committed now to Kentucky investing in something that for too long we have not done this type of work on. So thank you very much.
Thank you.
Anything else?
I want to, on the heels of that being shared, I just want to come alongside Karen and say thank you for sharing that. Thank you for sharing and coming from a place of pain. You recognize that, so sorry for your loss. Thank you for what you're doing now. It is redemptive work. And I know that there's some concerns, right? Unlike you, Karen, like there's obviously some concerns. You don't want to bring anything to Kentucky that's going to be dangerous, but we are living in the midst of basically a war zone, it sounds like. And I think that some of these plant medicine approaches, I think, offer a tremendous amount of internal healing, which is really what is needed to take place and to see transformation. So I just want to thank you, first of all, for sharing that. Thank you and everyone that's come today. It's been really a good learning experience.
Anything else? I'm only one of 11 commission members, but I'm going to distribute this to everybody. Nothing like this has ever been done before. So this is being passed out for collaborative purposes. It is essentially the very rough draft of an implementation plan. if we were to move forward on this. And I think it's important to note that it contains three things. Number one, an absolute requirement that the commission's investment be matched. The second thing is a recognition of whatever the Commonwealth of Kentucky's interest in this might be, whether that is an ownership equity interest in any patentable intellectual property or other economic claim that we may make in terms of assuring distribution of the therapeutic to anyone and everyone who needs it as a recognition of our investment. And then probably as important as anything else, the only point in time at which the commission would put up its money to match is once a successful clinical trial team has a clinical trial team would first need to draft a notice of funding opportunity. That would have to be planned within it to obtain FDA approval for an IND or an investigation of new drug application. They would have to set forth their plan to conduct clinical trials. There would be a requirement that trial sites be in Eastern Kentucky as well as in the west end of Louisville. We would require detailed explanation of clinical trial design, including but not limited to the composition of medical team by expertise, detailed patient support screening criteria and cardiac safety protocols, aftercare and post-acute treatment support plan, as well as a data integrity plan. They would have to detail how they would establish and maintain a supply chain to conduct those trials, assure safety and social equity within the clinical participant recruitment, as well again as recognition of whatever the Commonwealth of Kentucky's economic interest might would be. That would be followed by the announcement of the announcement of the notice of funding opportunity. There would be a receipt and review of the proposals. Once done, the commission would select a clinical trial team. That clinical trial team would then submit its IND application, obtain clearance to conduct those clinical trials from FDA, work to secure Kentucky-based treatment sites, particularly in those locations previously mentioned, and recruit clinical trial candidates. Only after all of those steps are done and we have an approved IND, we have established clinical trial sites with cooperative agreements with hospitals, and we have a candidate pool, does this commission commit its money. Because that is the only way to ensure there is no front-end wastage of resources on something that is speculative and has no protective guardrails around it. This is a concept. It is one person's concept. And as each commission member who is appointed here based on their experience and expertise, as we head into the commission meeting in November, it's food for thought and something that we can discuss in open at our next meeting. The final matter gets to the timing of a potential vote related to the funding of this project. There have been reports that it'll be later in the fall. I think that I have said that kind of in a general way. There have been some that put a specific timetable on it of November the 14th. Y'all may remember that Dr. Nolan Williams mentioned that he has conducted research that is currently in a state of peer review, and that there is an anticipated publication of that research in a leading medical research journal that will highlight the effects of Ibogaine treatment on a cohort of veterans who underwent treatment for post-traumatic stress disorder, traumatic brain injury, as well as other comorbid appropriate due diligence. That this commission have the opportunity to review Dr. Williams's research and invite him to come back to a recall of him as a witness to go over that research before there is any vote. So rather than put a specific time frame on it, we will say that at a minimum, before any vote is taken, this commission will review Dr. Williams's findings, and if he is so amenable, recall him as a witness so that he can testify as to his conclusions related to his research. And with that, any questions, comments?
Yes, I do.
Yes, sir.
The doctor's report is not a double-blind study, correct?
You would have to ask him, Dr. Bentley, when his work is published.
Well, it's the way I understand it, the way he talked when he talked to us, it's very subjective and it's not objective.
You will have an opportunity to cross-examine Dr. Williams, assuming we are able to secure his return as an expert witness.
Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you. Any further questions or comments?
Just to comment that this is a draft implementation plan from you, and it is not public dissemination. It's for internal.
All right. As it is a draft, it is not for external circulation. Every commission member is free to take and review it, comment on it, think about it. All right, anything further? All right, a motion to adjourn? Is there a second? Second. All in favor? Any opposed?